So that's household. Demo and bulk. That overflow.
The BOS will begin shortly.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for all coming.
Are we turning on?
JT, you wanna explain this with the audio system and all that, the new one?
Yeah, so we've purchased a new camera system. It's got a much better microphone system and a better camera itself. As part of that upgrade, we're gonna start live streaming the meetings on YouTube. So you can go onto YouTube, you can watch it live as it's happening in the moment. With that, this will be the last meeting that occurs on Zoom. The ease of YouTube is it's automatically recorded, it's automatically uploaded. It took some work out of the office having to, take that video file and upload it into YouTube itself. And it also takes away the issues with people trying to get in and having issues with the passcode and stuff like that. So we're still trialing it out. The locations aren't permanent yet. We're gonna set it up a little bit neater as time goes on, but we're trying it out.
So is the audio on?
Should be.
You wanna talk about audio for a second?
I don't see the blue.
So if you look over here on the screen, if you can see that there, it's pulling
Picking him
audio.
up.
Okay, so basically I could,
It's not, did you just turn it back on?
yeah.
Oh,
You wanna mention also that it
Delicate.
delicate?
Yeah, so the microphones are extremely sensitive. So side conversations and things like that, it will more than likely pick up. Side comments and things like that will more than likely end up being picked up and part of the recording. So just be cognizant of that and try to keep it to a minimum.
So Rosemary, when he was standing about where you are whispering, it picked it up.
Did it? Look at that. So there you go,
Alright, moving on.
Everyone don't take.
Signature photo folder. A few minutes. The only thing we had is, one notice and intent to cut on High Watch Road up in the Smith, Society of Preservation, ongoing, 125 acres. And basically, well, the minutes were in there too, so we'll just do that as we go along. So I'll make a motion to approve manifest dated September 26, 2024, in the amount of $39,819.86.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
same as I?
Make a motion to approve manifest dated October 5th, 2024, in the amount of $28,573.93.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Make a motion to approve the Board of Selectmen minutes dated September 3rd, 2024.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Oh,
No,
wait,
that was the
wait, no,
correction,
sorry,
wasn't it?
sorry,
Oh, yeah,
sorry.
yeah, that boo-boo.
Yeah, I apologize. No, it's the 17th, it's the next one, that's what I thought, okay.
Okay, so make a motion to approve the Board of Selectmen minutes dated September 17th, 2024.
Second.
Discussion?
Go ahead.
Just like to make an amendment. Sometimes when you're doing minutes, they're already typed and you're just typing over them. Everybody that's done that is familiar, and just one line underneath my comments, when I was talking about recyclable percussion bin here on the previous minutes, I was talking about a work session. And the last line says, and has been doing work sessions. So I just, would approve the minutes with the striking of that last, half of that sentence.
Is there a page number on that?
It's the first page at the very bottom.
Good.
We don't have line numbers, but, so, I made a note hoping you guys would see it, but I didn't have a highlighter, so.
No problem. So,
So,
With the edit? Aye.
aye. Review of mail. We had an Eversource, commitment, poster for, providing a poster for the environmental, I don't know, plant-related poster that we created for utility compatible planting and stuff like that, so I guess they'll be sending us that. Or is this the landscaping with native plants, so we should be receiving something on that. And got an education tax warrant for tax year 2025 from the state for, says this on listen, this is the number, right?
That is the number.
$337,384 and, oh. Is that a million?
337, oh, that's not ours.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say,
Yeah, no.
it's a total of 370. So we're assessing a sum of $377,871 for, will be a payment next year. It's based on, based on the uniform rate of $1.12/thousand of 2023. Equalized valuation without utilities. And it's all,
And Caitlin, you're gonna check on when that,
I'm gonna check on the date, yep.
this is common every year. I like that table back there. Selectmen reports, please. Who's first?
I'll go. So just as a reminder, public service announcement, the library and the Friends of the Library are gonna be co-sponsoring a street dance this year at the library parking lot on October 19th from 2 to 5 p.m. Information has gone out and is posted around town on that. This week, there was work going on in the historic town hall. And on Wednesday, there was a small accident, so that did hit the airwaves and social media and everything else. One of the gentlemen working up on the top of the tower on the new railings happened to cut his hand with an electric saw. He was taken to the hospital, he had an operation, and with the call I had with the manager this afternoon, actually, he is doing extremely well, and they're expecting he'll have full function of his fingers again, so that is very good news from that standpoint. We had, last week, as part of that work, the leaks were soldered and fixed in the top of the bell tower at the cupola base, so the 6 seams that were open up there, water going into the structure, those were tightened up. New blocking was placed underneath the bell from the rotted blocking that was there. That was actually part of the problem. The rod had shifted and the weight of the bell had shifted and opened up a seam about 6 inches long and water was going in there. New flashing on the posts. The new railings are up. So as you kind of come up from 153 on the Townhouse Road and you happen to glance up at the top of the tower, you're gonna see the top of the railings. Those are now in and finished. Tiny bit of painting has to go on that. The double hung windows on the second and third floor, probably 75% of those were put in last week. Extremely nice job of restoring the windows. And the new weather stripping has metal slides that the window slides into with bubble rubber to help with the draft protection. They fit really tight. They all have new locks that are going in. They're coming back just after Thanksgiving to finish off the remaining windows that are there. At the same time, they'll be bringing back the 2 reproduction windows. So we elected, as part of the funding of the project, not through the grant, but through the donations we've raised, to refabricate the 2 windows that we're taking out, that we're planning on putting back in phase 3, when the new entryway off the parking lot comes in through the double doors, and those covered ramps and those doors disappear that are there today. Where those steel doors are today is where 2 of those large windows used to be. So we actually found 3 of the 4 sashes from those windows, those original windows, up on the 3rd floor. Leo had neatly hidden them away. When he cleaned up there, we discovered them. So they've actually restored those, and they will be part of the new windows coming back. Tomorrow, they are coming to install the bell ringer. So all the electric related to that and the new electronic bell will be installed tomorrow. So by tomorrow night, for those of you that are within sound distance of Center Effingham, you actually may hear a bell toll once or twice as they test that out. I worked with the architect and the library this week regarding the bathrooms configuration. So one of the things we're doing with a couple of ADA grants we've received already between the town and the library, and another one that the town is going after, is redoing the bathrooms next year. One of those which will be ADA or accessible for everybody. So that work is being done. The RFP, again, I'm continuing to work on that because it's taken quite a bit of time to pull that together. Hopefully, within the next 2 weeks, that'll be going out for 2025 work, which will be the children's room, restoring the ceiling, the whole office area, that interior foyer area, restoring the ceiling, restoring the office walls in there, as well as putting lighting and restoration and wiring up on the third floor in the large room. And the other thing I was working on this week was, again, the tracking system we have for our grants related to that project is in Excel. And I've been tweaking it as we go along based on feedback from the town office and Leo. So we basically are continuing to do that. So a little bit of a busy week.
Can I comment on one?
You can.
On, copper sheetings up in the tower. I mean, I was told by the contractor that that copper sheeting was never done correctly. Didn't have the J hooks, and the sheets were way too long, so that's one of the reasons why the seams split and everything else.
It lasted 20 years and split.
Yeah, it wasn't really the bell that did it. He said, no, it wasn't the bell.
Wasn't the bell? Okay,
No.
all right.
So when I was talking to, not Paul, but, you know.
Wesley, okay. Yeah, and they've offered to come back at some point if we wanted to have them resolder the whole roof, they would give us a price to do that, just soldering,
Yeah,
so.
but it did a good job. Chris?
All right, so last Tuesday afternoon, myself and the fire chief went to a school board building committee meeting. It's further a conversation about the generator that the town owns and maintains at the school in reference to the emergency shelter. Basically, it's an ongoing conversation, and I say that because they are still waiting for a quote from their electrician that's required to do the wiring so that it's an automatic switch, an automatic system, and feeding the entire, well, at least more of the school, as opposed to the minimal spaces, or the minimal outlets and electricity that flows that's there now. So they still don't have any answers for us, so it's ongoing. And they have a meeting, I think they said scheduled for the end of this month.
I believe that's what they said, yeah.
And hopefully would have an answer by then. Will let us know as soon as they know so that we can go to that meeting and continue the conversation. And this really doesn't have anything to do with Effingham per se and the generator, but it's a conversation from one of the other schools that we all pay for, and that was Tuftonboro was there. Again, having a conversation on the same lines and having to do with the generator and the way it's configured at Tuftonboro Elementary School and how that's utilized as their emergency shelter. They are very unique, more unique than our situation in the town of Tuftonboro, the elementary school for all of us taxpayers. The Tuftonboro Elementary, the sidewalk around, the grass around the building, and then the sidewalk is all that we taxpayers own. The rest of the property at Tuftonboro Elementary, the parking lot, the playgrounds and things like that, that's actually the town of Tuftonboro's property. So a very unique situation. They currently, and have been for 20 years, they have a tow-behind diesel-powered generator that in the event of an emergency, it's housed at their fire station. They take it to the elementary school, tow it over there and back it in place. And when they have to put that in place, there's a bundle, an electrical bundle that has to go from the generator and go into the school to be plugged in, and that was 320 pounds, right?
Somewhere in that ballpark, yeah.
That they have to fight and wrestle every single time, so they were just looking for permission from the school district to put the generator on their property. So, again, really doesn't pertain to us, but we're all taxpayers, so just informing everybody a little information there. It's a different situation. I did have to be my usual self and play devil's advocate and inquire about the art center at the high school. That has a generator in it that is fuel powered because it's 1,000 or 100,000 kilowatt generator, which once you get beyond 50, you can't use propane. It has to go with an oil. And that is a secondary shelter for the town of Wolfboro. It is on school property, and the school district paid for the entire installation of that generator. So that's the reason why I was playing devil's advocate, so. But it's an ongoing conversation. I do have some questions, which I believe we're gonna be talking about possibly setting up at least starting a dialogue about changing the fee schedule at the transfer station. Now that we are no longer paying to get rid of, in particular, metal goods, should we really be charging our residents to in turn pay to get rid of the metal goods? I have a few questions for, on the assessing contract, we're gonna be discussing that as well. I spoke with the road agent, he was away on a hunting trip, he is back. And some of the things we talked about, he's gonna be further working on signs. We did have a conversation about what signs are available, what signs aren't, still waiting for signs to come in. The last conversation I had with them, they were at least 2 months out on signs. So consequently, cause I said I hadn't even seen an invoice, in the town office when we ordered the signs, and they said, yeah, it's, they're at least 2 months out, so. For anybody that sees road signs, there are Wokeson Swamp, Champion Hill, Moody Road, the stop signs that I installed earlier this summer that are very small, one at the end of this road. Those we updated with much larger signs, more visible, one at the end of Elm Street, same thing. And the road agent's gonna be addressing a couple of pothole issues. And again, he is gonna continue cutting out, as I stated at the last meeting, some intersections, the brush and stuff to make visibility a lot better, so. That's good. I'll let Leo talk about the work that was done here, in this
Go ahead.
building.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay.
No, I'm good, I'm good. It was a team effort between you and I. Go ahead, and everybody in the office.
Yeah, so we had a, in-house work session on Friday. We were all here and rearranged for the most part, the entire, municipal office here, as you can see in this meeting room.
Including the offices.
Including the offices, to make it more user-friendly, more streamlined. And, I have gotten a little bit of blowback about the fact that we took down the chalkboards. It has been a long time since it was an elementary school. And the thought process right now, just so everybody and Mr. Regal made a suggestion earlier, and I agree with him 100% about putting up the town seal in the center, or at least on this wall somewhere. At some point in time, there is gonna be a large flat screen on this wall, TV, that is going to be computer friendly. So the possibility of when you come in, instead of picking up an agenda over there, we can put that up over here. Things like that, and this room is going to become a training and educational facility for the fire department, police department, for all town people to utilize and have that screen there for that. I also am curious, many years ago, there used to be several historic pictures of the town office. Or the town. They used to hang on this wall. I'm not sure where those went. I would like to see those, if they're here, return and be displayed again. If nothing else, if they're on loan from the historical district, I would like to reach out to them again and see if we could possibly do that. Again, maybe borrow some pictures and,
I'll talk to Billy.
just to have them on display and, it's, not everybody necessarily goes in that building, but maybe even every 6 months, rotate some or whatever and just have those up, just an idea. So they're not just plain white walls. And lastly, we do have site walks scheduled for the RFP for Pine River Road. First, the dirt work side of it, I believe, is at 10:30. 10. 10, sorry, 10.
10 o'clock.
And then 11 for the paving contractor.
That's this Friday.
That's this Friday, the 4th. That's for the RFP for reconstruction, the possible in phase 1 reconstruction of Pine River Road.
Not missing anything?
Nope. Outside of anybody saw us here on Sunday, in the removal of the, chalkboards. It was plywood that was nailed up with masonry nails. And if you were here on Friday, it looked like somebody stood there with buckshot and a shotgun and blasted that wall right there. So we came in Sunday morning and filled the holes. As you can see, some have dried and sunk in a little bit, much like drywall does. So they're gonna have to be addressed, but at some point in time, so that everything matches, this entire meeting room will get painted and, touched up. Now I think I'm done.
Good job.
Good, thank you, Chris. Pretty much, had quite a few meetings between the last week and this week with assessing, the telephone, KRT, all those issues and everything else. KRT is the assessor, new contract and everything else we're discussing, between Caitlin and I, as far as, issues, understanding what the contract is and all that, and JT will be talking about consolidated when he brings his report up as far as what we accomplished there. And, so that's pretty much it. So my biggest task is working with the office on the phone a couple times a day with her, so. Otherwise, town administrator report.
Pretty much like he said, had a lot of meetings with Consolidated, our IT vendor, and waste management, going over the stuff for the assessing contractor, reviewing all that stuff so we could try to get things moving. I'll be meeting with our auditor Thursday to go over the questions that were had on the MS 535. I already just said that one. I believe last meeting I had mentioned in my report that the archive board of selectmen minutes would be on the website. They are now on the website. It's a link, you go on to your documents, the select board minutes, and it'll bring you to a Google Drive, view only, and it's organized in date format, so it's easier to find hopefully. But if you have any questions, give me a call. I'll be more than happy to help you out. The last thing I wanted to discuss as well is I have had an increasing number from various different organizations about renting this space to use it for meetings and everything like that. I wanted to ask you guys, do you want to set some kind of policy procedure, any rules or anything for allowing the use of this room?
Yes, we have to, and the organizations are like what?
I had one for Girl Scouts. Vicky's used it a few times before. I know she might be reaching out for another one.
It's all Effingham,
All Effingham residents.
we probably have with this.
Oh, Effingham
Effingham
Connect.
Connect has used it and would like to use it again.
So I just know it's becoming more of an uptick to have people use it, and I just feel like for the liability of the town and everything like that, we should set something in place.
Yeah, we should, because we're gonna have all the,
Yeah, if it would, if you guys are okay with it, I would, tomorrow when I go to work, I can steal Ospey's, we can take a look at it. They have one, a
I wouldn't
policy.
steal it, just borrow it.
It's a public document, so obviously I was just figure of speech, but, take theirs and just, maybe mimic it or, make it up, whatever hours, but.
Yep.
Yeah,
There is something, there's like, if there are damages or a mess or something like that,
Exactly.
cleaning fees
Yeah.
and things like that, securing the building.
Yeah, because we're gonna have the copier, the big copier in here and all the computers and all that, so we gotta,
Which I can explain right now too on that one.
go ahead.
Yeah.
So as Leo just,
Just let her
Okay.
finish, please.
as Leo just mentioned, the big copier that we have in our office that boards like to use, especially with budget season coming around, elections, all of that fun stuff. We are getting a plan together to have that bigger one that's in my office out here. So that way you don't, I love seeing all of you, but that way you can just come in if you have it and you can use it. There will be a code set. That way we can't just have anyone using it and taking all of town supplies. So that's one thing that we'll be implementing in the future and very soon. So that way it's easier for boards to print their budget presentations or their checklist, anything like that.
Vicky?
I just wanted to say that usually when neighborhood watch meets, Ty was usually here, so everything's under control.
Yeah, but,
I got it under control, guys.
thank you. Anything else?
I'm good.
Business, cops, Chief Outridge.
Yes.
I don't know if some of you recall back in the spring, we worked pretty hard on a grant through the federal government called the COPS grant, which provides federal assistance to departments that apply to help in the hiring of additional officers. So I worked most of the spring, with the help of Grace, on this grant and submitted it, and we were just notified yesterday that we were awarded it. We were awarded $125,000 to use over the next 5 years in the assistance of hiring another officer. We were one of only 2 departments in the state of New Hampshire that were awarded, and one of only 235 across the United States.
That'd be good.
So
Very
it was
good.
it's a really big thing for us, and
Yeah,
super excited to see what kind of doors this will open for us as a municipality, and what kind of services this can provide for us as our stats show every month. We're a very growing town and we're getting busier and busier. So this is gonna be able to help, add some additional resources that we desperately need.
very nice.
Excellent.
So the first year it pays for,
Yeah, so the first year of the grant, and this is something I didn't realize when we applied for it, it's actually a 5-year program, not a 3.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we have 5 years to use it for a 36-month concurrent use. So for the first 12 months, whether it starts on January 1st or April 1st, we have 12 months that's not budget concurrent, to draw off of it, that will cover 75% of the total cost of the officer. The second year will cover 50%, the third year will cover 75, and then after that, 25. And then after the 36 months is up, then it would be up to the town to accept that position if they so wish moving forward. So it's a very helpful program, and I'm super, super grateful that we were able to be accepted for it. So,
go ahead, please. State your name,
That's
state your name. State your name.
Steve Regal.
Yep.
Just asking you, chief, would that be for an additional officer to what we have now, or to cover an existing one?
it would be a new officer than what we have now.
Okay, so you'd be adding to the force.
Yeah, hopefully, as long as the funds are accepted and we can find a candidate.
Okay, thank you, just wanted to get that.
Yeah, and I just wanna give a public shout out to Grace for all of her help.
Yeah, yeah.
I could not have done it without her. We spent more hours on it than I think either one of us wanted to, but
You're supposed to clap.
She's got like an 80% plus batting average writing grants. It's like it's unheard of.
Leo, can
Wait a
I add
minute.
one thing?
Yes, please.
They should probably take a vote on letting you accept the award.
yes, if I could get a motion to do that. And
This is just to accept the award, so you can move the process.
Okay,
Take it back.
Before we do that, can I just
yes, please.
just for clarification purposes, excellent work, absolutely excellent work. And congratulations. This is also depending on town meeting.
Yes, yeah, depending
So
on.
just if anybody had that question, we will be voting on this first at town meeting.
Yeah,
So in the budget process that we started last week, right? Wasn't that last week?
Yes.
There were two budgets, 2 options, one without the grant and one with, but this is contingent on town meeting, so.
Accepting it. So. Make a motion that we accept the grant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I don't have any problem voting on it, I just procedural, I always like to open it up for any further discussion. Aye.
Thank you. Is that it, Tyler?
that's everything I have, thank you.
Great. JT?
Alright, as Leo alluded to earlier, Caitlin, Leo and I had a couple of meetings with Consolidated. We reviewed our account, shout out to our finance administrator, Michelle, for pointing out the exorbitant amount that we've been spending a month on the phone bill. She's brought it up a few times and we finally dug into it and found that it in fact was way higher than it should have been. We were able to make some adjustments and some changes, we were able to get some new service started with Consolidated. Prior to the changes, we were paying $1,169.96 a month between the town office and the fire station for telephone and internet. We were not getting some discounts that we should have been getting and things like that. After we've corrected everything and added new service and actually getting some better service out of it, we're gonna be paying $610.40 a month, which is a savings of $568.56 a month. So that'll save us just shy of $7,000 a year. With these changes, we are gonna be able to add some basic Wi-Fi at the transfer station. You know, it's not gonna be great for watching Netflix videos and things like that, but it should at least allow folks to connect their cell phone and make phone calls on their cell phone over the Wi-Fi. So should there be an emergency there, should someone get hurt, there's ability to make a phone call from the transfer station. In addition, the transfer station will be getting one of the town phones like we have here at the town office that they can utilize as well for any emergencies. We did cancel our lease agreement with the phones and we are gonna purchase the phones outright rather than paying a monthly fee for the phones. There's really no benefit to paying for the phones, we're not breaking phones on a regular basis, so you buy them outright and you keep them till they break and you save a lot of money that way. So there is some upfront one-time equipment costs that we're gonna pay, but in the long run, it's gonna save us a lot of money. So great work for everybody in the group on that. We did also meet with the IT vendor, as Caitlin said. We're working with them to correct a number of issues that we have with the town IT infrastructure at all of our town buildings. Yeah, looking at you, Carol. We finally have a plan in place to fix the printer situation as well as the Wi-Fi situation out in the modular, so. And the phone should be working as of now, so we're finally gonna get all that stuff in order so that all of the various boards that use the modular will actually have a connection and be able to print things. With the copy machine being out here, the boards that use this room will also be able to utilize the copy machine to print on as well. So this situation with printers littered throughout everywhere, we can start narrowing those down, getting rid of those and using town-owned printers, so each of the boards don't need to purchase their own. We're gonna be working on some antivirus software and things like that, upgrades within all of the town-owned computers, so that they're a little more secure than they are currently. We're also working on a major email upgrade so that the town email system becomes more secure. It helps a lot with compliance for both police and fire with some of the stuff that we correspond back and forth with. Right now, we're using kind of a bottom of the barrel system and it's not secure, it's not freedom of access compliant, so 91A requests become very difficult through the email system. And the system itself is so difficult that most boards are using private emails to conduct town business, and obviously that's not ideal either. So more to come as that rolls out, but we will have new emails coming and hopefully that system will work a lot better. I think that's all I've got on those couple of things, but I do have a couple more fire things for you.
Oh, you got it.
Maureen Wolfing-Wilson. I just have a question about the email system. Caitlin and I talked about this a little bit, but I wanna make sure I understand. Will there be sufficient, what's the word I'm looking for?
Speed?
Bandwidth, for each board member of every board to have a town email?
There will not, there is a cost for every email address that we have. So because there is gonna be a cost, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the decision has been made that each board will be assigned one email account. And that could be shared throughout the board members or the.
Correction, planning and zoning will have a chair and an admin.
The rest of the boards are one.
We do have a plan in place, sort of, once the new email system is starting to roll out. We'll call everybody in, we'll invite everybody in for a couple of training sessions on the new system, so that it's not just a blind rollout, nobody really knows how to use it. We do wanna get folks trained on that, so we'll come up with some dates as we get closer to that, so people can come in and we can help you get logged in for the first time and things like that.
With the upgrade, are you going
Excuse me,
to read?
state your name.
Carol Fisker, Stephen Road.
you gonna do the Microsoft 365 that we used to have?
That will be the new
Those
email
licenses,
system,
'cause
yes.
there were like 10 in the town.
Most of the boards will not have, so there's different levels of licensure. You won't be able to like download Microsoft Office onto any of the PCs, but you'll have an internet-based version of it. So you'll still be able to work all your spreadsheets and things like that. As long as you're using a town-owned computer, we'll make sure that the town-owned computers have the installed versions of Office,
And
but
that'll work with the one I have on my own personal, right?
you'd have the internet-based version. And that'll allow,
I mean, my personal at home will be able to.
they'll communicate, yeah. That'll also allow the boards and even the town employees that may work from home to utilize personal equipment, but not put town data on the personal equipment.
Okay.
They're just accessing it remotely, so it helps with some of the security as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions on either of those?
One more point. So each of the boards will also have space on the server
That
with
is
their
correct.
file backups, so there'll be a central archive for documents.
So, yeah, each board will have, like Chuck said, a folder, and that folder will be only accessible by said board. That will work actually in conjunction with the email system. So you'll be able to log into your email, log into what's called SharePoint, and all the documents that you have access to will display right there, so you can access them from anywhere. That system is up in the cloud, however, it will dump back into the town server a few times a day and back all that stuff up. There are 2 redundancies, so there'll be a total of 3 redundancies for all of those files. So we don't need to worry about them going missing or anything of that nature.
I just have a question.
George?
So, George Bull, planning board. Will there be an option to have like the equivalent of like a Dropbox or something where if the board wants the public to be able to access the information, we can have like a repository so that they can get it if they wanna see it?
There is, it's proprietary, so it's Microsoft, they call it OneDrive, but
Right.
it functions the same way. And you can create public shared links to documents in your OneDrive.
Great.
Susan Slack, Historic District and Heritage Commission. Would there be a chance to like have an information session where representatives from all the boards could come and we could walk through how to use
Yep.
all
we'll
that?
grab that.
Yep, we're gonna set up a few training sessions and we'll make sure that all of the boards are invited to that, so everybody can come here and be introduced to the
JT,
system.
we'll have the screen up here, right?
We should have that ready by that
So we'll
point.
have training basically
That'd
for
be
you.
great.
If not, we have a projector, so one way or another, we can put something big.
I'm sorry, Carol, just again, when is this? I just have the election in my mind and all the stuff we have to do before it.
Be after, it'll be after.
Continue as you are, we will make sure that we push the information out and everybody's aware before anything changes.
Before the 5th of November?
I couldn't say at this point.
Okay.
We don't have a concrete timeline, it's not us making the change, it's our vendor doing it. There will be probably a 24-hour period where everybody's emails will be inaccessible and all your old stuff is gonna migrate into the new email. So there will probably be 24 hours of inaccessibility with the email, but there'll be plenty of notice. Yeah, there'll be plenty of notice and we'll make sure that we don't interfere with anything like the election.
But if we get a time frame, we'll be sure to let boards and FAM emails know when that interruption will take place.
Carol, I would plan on using the system you have now.
Right, as long as it doesn't get,
No, well, the reason I'm asking.
Yeah.
Making this kind of change
I would rather this.
at the time of election
Yeah.
is not cool from an IT
Thank you.
standpoint.
Yes, my point.
So I would push not to make that move for at least you in your area
If we
until
can.
after elections.
I don't wanna hold everybody up, but it'd be really grand if it was after.
Well, we're looking 4 weeks, I don't see it happening.
Yeah, no,
I don't see it happening.
they're really just starting the process, so, you know, we've got some time. So, we'll make sure we don't interfere with any of the big stuff like that. One other
Like on
change,
Friday? No, go ahead.
one other change that's gonna come with that, we did also get a domain granted from the state. So instead of using effinghamnh.net, we're gonna migrate to effinghamnh.gov. So we'll have a .gov, it looks more professional, it tends to get through spam filters a little
Yes.
better, so, you know, like myself, sending emails to vendors and stuff like that, I'm constantly going into their spam folders. So that will help. However, on the back end, anything sent to your old email address will populate in the new one, so it'll be seamless as far as you're concerned. But outward facing, that will be the new domain, so.
Thank you, JT.
Any more questions on that?
Continue on.
The YouTube stuff that I talked about earlier, we are, like I said, broadcasting live on YouTube now. We have the new microphones that are extremely sensitive, so for the new people that walked in, just be aware side conversations and stuff like that will more than likely be picked up and become part of the recording, so just be cognizant of that. I was able to stand in the kitchen window there and whisper, and it picked up my voice crystal clear with a quiet one, so just be aware of that.
No negative comments.
In addition, when that system is fully configured and set up, it will become accessible to all of the boards that use this meeting room. You all can begin to live broadcast your meetings. It is not gonna be a forum, so it's not like Zoom where people are gonna be able to speak back to you and things like that. It is simply broadcasting the meeting live. It will record the meeting live and keep that on YouTube, so it's archived on YouTube as well, so people would be able to see that. Ultimately, I guess that's up to the chairman of each of the boards or commissions to decide whether or not they wanna utilize that, but I know the feedback that we've already heard is, you know, it's vital information, people can't always attend the meetings, and being able to have that stuff for people to reference prior to town meeting, for example, is huge.
Especially for the planning board.
We'll make sure that there is information, once it's set up, we'll have very, very simple instructions so that if I'm not here or Caitlin's not here, the chairmen of, or the chair people of the boards would be able to set up the broadcast on their own. So more to come on that as we get it set up.
Steve?
Are we gonna have?
Steve Regal.
Excuse me, Steve Regal, are we gonna have a microphone?
So
Set up?
That will be
No,
like
so
that.
we can hear out here. Not so that the people can hear watching YouTube, I'm talking about a microphone to broadcast when people are talking there. Sometimes I can't hear what you guys are saying, especially you, Leo, you speak low. And other people, when they come in, when they're giving reports, you can't hear them. So
So
I
you're
would wanna know
reverse, right?
for us to hear a broadcasting microphone, is that possible? Those put up?
we had the very large speaker system at first, and
folks, there are very low-cost systems out there that have microphones very similar to this, that pick up the tiniest whisper with a microphone that will be mounted in the ceiling. So yes, that is something that is in our radar and we'll discuss if it does become a problem.
Okay, cause I mean, that's a personal thing for me.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I left my hearing aids at home, cause I was doing other stuff that I didn't require them, but I wanna be able to pick everything up instead of going, huh?
I think I project my voice okay. I've been told that many times.
I know I do too, but I mean, not everybody does.
So maybe the simplest and cheapest task is, maybe we could take the cane that, unfortunately had to be returned. And I'll just keep this and I'll just whack him every time he starts to whisper with it.
With the new cars back here.
Oh, there we go.
there is some potential that we could do that with this current system. I need to do some research and determine if that's possible or not. I don't know at this point. So
Even if it was an isolated one-off, with just a microphone and a speaker, it would
absolutely.
work, you know?
We'll be on the list, Steve, we'll
Yeah, all right,
react to
just-
it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I can't be the only one.
Elocution.
No, you're not. And quite frankly, that is, it, for me, that's why like the last meeting, I made the benches in the back disappear, because it seems, with the exception of yourself, it seems like other individuals that have expressed problems hearing us up here. I'm not pointing fingers, but she's peeking around somebody at me right now to see if I'm talking about her. That's why I took the benches out. I said, well, if you sit in the front row, you more likely hear us.
Thank you.
Continue on. Oh, Scott?
Sorry, Scott Hosen. As far as the YouTube, is there gonna be a standardized format for labeling those amongst committees so it's easier for the townspeople to find?
I think that's a great idea, and we'll make sure that's part of the instructions, so that, yeah, we can label them in a standardized format. We can also categorize them, so we could separate, for example, if budget committee began using it, we could categorize all the budget meetings together, all the board of selected meetings together, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Good, alright. I put the contract for the engine 2 refurbishment in front of you. It's from Autotronics, the vendor that we voted to move forward with. I reviewed the contract already myself, I don't see any concerns in it. It's only the one copy, I apologize. It's pretty straightforward, it references back to the RFP, And it does state in that the cost is the cost. We're agreeing to a number, not to a contract, so with that being said, should market prices change, there should not be a change in cost. The only change in cost would come if they start to take the truck apart and find more damage than they initially estimated, in which case they contact us prior to doing anything. So if we need to make modifications to our current format, some of the different things we were gonna change, for example, the pump configuration is changing from a top to a side. That's one of the things that we could nix to pay for something else that may be damaged beyond repair.
JT, did you get Primex to review that yet?
I have not had anybody review it, no.
It needs to go off to Primex for review.
Okay.
So what's the reason for Primex to review this?
Every contract has insurance and indemnity clauses in them. Or should have, and if they don't, they need to have, and they've got standardized language for that. Just protecting the town.
I can shoot it off tomorrow and just get.
They'll turn it around within a day.
Right.
It was in the RFP, but I didn't, at a quick glance, I didn't see it in that, so.
That's one of the reasons it needs to be reviewed, because they may come back with additional recommendations.
Correct.
Beyond just the insurance stuff, because I've done that with other contracts, which means we may have to look at a couple of other clauses that may not be there.
Would the board feel comfortable making a motion to allow me to sign that contract upon approval of Primex? Should they recommend modifications, the
I wanna look at
modification
it.
would be made and then
I wanna look
signed.
at it. I wanna look at it first.
Okay.
So you wanna look at this contract or you wanna look?
Once it comes back from Primex, I wanna look at it.
Okay. My only concern is just holding up or pushing back our timeline. We're set for July now, I just don't know if holding up the contract might push that back.
In a couple days. When you get it back, ask Caitlin to distribute it.
Okay.
We'll have to set up another meeting to approve it.
If
Work
so,
session.
that's what we do.
Okay with it?
It'll be a short meeting. We have a meeting Friday morning.
We should have an answer by then.
We do?
That's your site walk.
Oh,
We can do it after. Any additional questions? No? Vicky?
Vicky Cracker, is all this for budget for next year, or is this all coming out of this year's and already been?
the fire truck?
It's a pumper.
This was a warrant at the previous town meeting. This was the engine two refurbishment that was presented and approved at the last town meeting.
Not the fire truck, the communication part and YouTube and all this,
Oh, the prior prior conversation we had?
yeah,
So what's your question?
It's being covered under the current operating budget.
and we have the money,
There's no recurring cost with any of this equipment further than what we've been paying in the past. We will actually eliminate the cost of Zoom, which was a few $100s a year, but outside of that, there will be no increase in cost for the budget next year. Does that answer your question?
but we have the money put in this year to cover what we're doing.
That's correct.
Yes, we do.
Alright. Thank you.
Alright, I have a new applicant for the fire department, his name is Dana Costello, he's a certified firefighter EMT. He's currently a full-time firefighter EMT in Conway, lives in Tamworth, looking to pick up part-time shifts with us. Looking for a vote from the board to approve the hire.
Say the name again.
Dana Costello.
Make a motion that we approve the hiring of Dana Costello,
Pending the background check.
Pending a background check.
Yeah.
head and background check.
Second.
Writing that.
Yep,
All in favor?
Aye.
seems all right.
Alright, we had discussed the grant that the fire department was awarded from FEMA. It's the Assistance to Firefighters Grant to purchase hose and nozzles. We've been doing some research into that, we haven't put an RFP out yet, however, we had said in a prior meeting that we were going to do that. In reviewing the town's purchasing policy, there is a provision in the purchasing policy that allows us to not put something out for RFP if we have an established vendor, which we do have an established vendor for all of our fire equipment for a number of years now. We are required by the federal guidelines to get 3 quotes, so we will get 3 quotes. I just wanted to bring it up in the meeting because we did say we were gonna put it out to RFP. Looking for the board to make a vote to not put it out to RFP. We will proceed with obtaining 3 quotes if possible to satisfy federal guidelines.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We talked about the boat that we were able to obtain for free from the federal government through the surplus program. With that program, there's stuff that becomes available all over the country all the time. There is a gentleman that works at the state level for the state of New Hampshire. He monitors all that equipment as it comes in, and he has, for lack of a better term, a wish list from each department of equipment that we might be interested in. So as he sees things come across his desk, if he sees something we may be interested in that's on our list, he'll send information over to us. Just the other day, he sent me a forestry vehicle. We've been discussing changing over to a smaller vehicle that's a little more adequate for our terrain. We currently have the very large military vehicle as a forestry truck. The truck is in operating condition, but it's not ideal for all weather. The truck is very, very scary to drive in the wintertime. It's got big knobby mud tires that do not do well in snow and ice. So essentially in the wintertime, the truck goes offline and goes into storage for the winter, which makes it then difficult when we're going out for things like maybe a tree down on the road that we're gonna need to cut up, or a small fire on the side of the road, something like that. We're now taking out a big fire engine to handle that call because the forestry truck is out of service for the winter. With that being said, we've been looking for something smaller, pickup size with a flatbed on the back with all of our equipment mounted on it. One has become available. Unfortunately, the downside to it, it's in Kentucky.
Kentucky or Kansas?
Kansas, thank you, I apologize, it's in Kansas. It is through the federal program, which means they give us the truck, we have to keep it in service as a firefighting vehicle for 1 year, and then it gets titled over to the town, so it becomes town property after a year, and then we can do whatever we wish with it. The truck is free, there is no cost for it, the only cost is sending someone out there to drive it home. The truck comes fully outfitted, it's got all the lights on it already, it's got the water tank on it, it's got hose reels on it. It's fully outfitted as a forest firefighting vehicle. It even on the front bumper has for lack of a better term, a turret that you can control with a joystick, so you can actually put fire out as you're driving down, through the woods or whatever like that. The equipment on that truck alone has gotta be worth at least $20,000 or $30,000, just the equipment, never mind the truck itself. It's a 2006, and I believe it's an F450. So it is a large diesel truck. We don't have the exact mileage on it, but they said it was low mileage, it's in operating condition, there's no mechanical concerns, aside from the battery might be dead from sitting in the yard. I do have some pictures, unfortunately I couldn't print them out, so I'm gonna pass the board this iPad with the photos on it, so they can look at them. And ultimately today, I'm just looking for a vote from the board to express our interest and get ourselves on the list for this vehicle.
Very solid.
Just because we express our interest, it doesn't guarantee that we're gonna get it, we just go into a queue, and if nobody else grabs it, we can potentially pick the truck up, so. I do feel that we could cover the cost of sending someone out to get it and driving it back under our operating budget.
It's actually a 2007,
Thank you.
cause it's 8 of 2006, so anything beyond
I have a
July.
question for the chief. Have you, explored anybody that might be interested in our existing forestry truck?
I have, West Ossipee had expressed interest and they actually were able to just get one out of the same program for free, so they're no longer interested. Our plan, should we get this new vehicle, our plan at this point would be to keep the current truck in a reserve status. We have somewhere we can house it, so it would be safe and secure. And we would keep it in service until something major happens to it. If it, requires a major repair, at that point, we would consider the feasibility of keeping it. The truck does still have a use, the current big truck does have a use. Just recently, Freedom had a major fire up on the side of the mountain, it was a piece of logging equipment that caught on fire. Spread out to the woods, they needed to get water up to it, and these large trucks were the only trucks able to get up there. So they do have a use, we actually had an unpermitted burn here in town that was across a logging track. Couldn't get a pickup truck or anything that size across it, again, this truck was our only option to get to it. So it does have a use, it's just not ideal for all conditions.
Cause we've had you've had an issue, I think, we the town, with the capacity of bringing water to fires. Is this a viable option, say 3 seasons?
For small outside type fires, grass fires or brush fires or campfires that get out of control, for that type of stuff, it is absolutely viable. For house fires or car fires, no, it only has 250 gallons of water on it.
Oh, okay.
So it's not adequate for any kind of major firefighting. but for the minor stuff, the outside stuff, this is ideal.
So that could go instead of your big,
Correct,
water tank, yeah.
correct, it could take some of that wear and tear off of the bigger trucks.
Steve, this truck, I mean, going up in the fire department has access to my property, go to the top of the mountain, so he's been up there once. And this truck, this new truck, if we do get it, would be perfect to get up there. The old,
Absolutely.
his existing truck wouldn't make it up there, it's not wide enough the road. So,
Yeah, that's another problem with the current truck because of its size. For some of the genuinely small stuff, it's tough to get out into the woods. Unless you're breaking through trees and things like that, so.
so I make a motion, I'm gonna
Yeah, make a motion,
make a motion, we,
get on the list.
proceed with obtaining this fire truck.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Siemens, aye.
Thank you. One last thing, the new command vehicle that we purchased from the town of Madison is in and in service. It's in kind of a partial service at the moment, we're still waiting for some parts on it, things like that, we do still have some ongoing work with it. That'll continue to happen probably over the next 6 to 8 months. But it is up and operating, it is being used, I am driving it, so it's a black Chevy pickup, it doesn't currently have any markings on it, so you see that floating around, that is our vehicle. It will be getting lettered, so it's not gonna stay stealth for very long, but we're waiting on a vendor to provide quotes for the lettering. The former vehicle, the old red Suburban, will be going to the road agent for him to use, so we're in the process of decommissioning equipment from that to get it ready for him to use, so. This pickup truck is gonna be a lot better for our purposes, it'll do better off-road, it'll do better, going out on a trail or out into the woods, stuff like that. And it's configured for me to actually run a fire scene as a fire chief and be an incident commander and have all the tools that I need accessible to me. Because it's a pickup truck, all of my equipment goes in the bed of the truck now. So eventually we will see a cap go on the truck, there will be a slide out tray coming for the truck at some point, when the budget allows me to purchase those items. But that separates all of the equipment that I might use in a fire, such as my air pack, my turnout gear. It's no longer in the cab of the vehicle with me for me to be breathing in those fumes. I carry a chainsaw as well, so in the past, those fumes are in the car with me, so I'm breathing that stuff in all the time. Those are all cancer-causing carcinogens, we preach, firefighters get cancer too much. So having this pickup truck and being able to separate the equipment, put it in the bed of the truck, is gonna make a huge difference for our department.
Great, anything else? We're all set? Okay, we're gonna move, public comment up. Number 9, before,
As long as it's fast. Cause we've already been
yeah,
keeping the department heads here for an extra half hour past our.
yeah, so we don't wanna, yeah, so we'll just move it up ahead before budget presentation, so is there any public comments? Go ahead. State your name,
Janet Badowitz.
you don't stand up.
Oh, well, I'm up now. On behalf of my brothers David, Allen, and my sister Beverly and myself, we are returning the Boston cane that you gave to my mother quite a few years ago to go to the next oldest resident in town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's been some speculation that it might be Vincent Griffith.
According to everything we could find so far, that would be the accurate
Yeah.
recipient if
That's what
he's
Eric was saying.
willing.
Is that?
Vincent Griffith, Townhouse Road,
He was in the White House,
correct.
how old is he?
He was born in 1929.
Oh, good.
He's gotta do math.
90,
He's currently
95?
I did the math the other day, I thought it was 93, but now you've got me second guessing myself.
95.
You're 95.
Wow, okay. Steve?
Yeah, Steve Regal, I have a question for Chris as the selectman who's been in charge of the roads, basically.
Sir,
You mentioned that the road agent was looking at different roads around town. Has he commented to you on Drake Road, because it looks like it's
Thank
been carpet bombed?
the potholes?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yep. So we talked about it yesterday, and you're not the only one that's addressed concerns about the potholes in Drake Road, and that was actually on the list previously, not to talk bad about anybody, but it's on record that we did talk about it before, and it didn't get done, so will get done this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, public? Not seeing any comments, we're gonna move forward with the budget presentations. Sorry for the delay, a half hour. We'll start with the planning board.
I'll take the live feed up here and.
Want to put it back here?
Good wedding.
You got the floor, George.
Alright, so, the planning board, did the budget. Our budget is a bit higher than it was before, because we're,
Can't hear you,
sorry, and normally everybody can hear me.
I know, sorry.
Yeah, but
They're moving on.
You can see how excited I am to be sitting here right now. So basically, the planning board went over our budget. It's a bit more than it was in the past, and it's slightly different. I guess the first thing I'd like to bring up, and this might be something that I bring up with Dave, but right now, we have on our budget, advertising and also postage. And these are things that we actually collect on behalf of the town. So when we have a budget for postage, the applicants actually are reimbursing the town. And we didn't know if there's a way to kind of take those off of, that may be something for the budget committee. I'm not sure who we should bring that up with. But these aren't actually costs that reflect expenses that we make as a board. So for example, we have $1,000, that would be mailings for hearings and for people's applications, but they actually reimburse the town for those, so.
you're talking about advertising, right?
Well, no, well, there's a little bit, there's advertising, so if there's like, some of the advertising, but it's mostly the postage, where we have to basically, so the $786, except for maybe some things that we mailed, probably 700 of that was reimbursed to the town, if not more. So in other words, when somebody does an application, they have to do a notification and notify everybody. And I think we also have in our application an advertising section where they also reimburse us for some of that.
So I'm gonna cut you off a little bit.
Yeah,
Cause we wanna keep going.
yeah.
So why are you increasing the budget? If you wanna get rid of it? I understand where the money's coming back from.
Because if we don't get rid of it, then we have to be prepared for that amount.
Yeah, but this year you only used $110 on advertising,
I think,
and postage you used $138.
and then the year before that, we used significantly more. We don't have a crystal ball. If there are no hearings and there are no applications, we don't have any postage. If there are a lot of hearings and a lot of applications, we have a lot of postage.
But you stated that we get reimbursed by the.
Correct. So if we pull it off, we're happy with, that would just be better for everybody to make that line item out. But if we can't get that line item out, then we're putting $1,000 and then it'll all go, it's a wash from the town's perspective, regardless of what that number is. But the postage was $786 in 2023.
Are we looking at moving the postage
We're,
all to one area?
Are you saying like if they were to come bring this stuff to us and have it posted?
Well, I thought we were gonna probably move it underneath.
Not postage, and we actually talked about this at the last meeting, and I brought it up and asked the budget committee chair to join in on that conversation, because we've been down this road before, and for transparency, in the event that some people ask, what is this charge for, correct me if I'm wrong and add to it. So yes, it's reimbursed, but your postage is directly land use type things, as opposed to our postage. So for transparency, and things like that, it was better to track with your budget. So when you're sending out postage and things like that for, on like a subdivision application or lot line merger and things, and they get reimbursed by the applicant, so that is a wash, but that's all through your budget.
I understand, but
And doing the same with the zoning office, I believe.
that conversation we had though, I thought we were just gonna make another
Not for,
for all postage, but they're all still, each one of them will still be planning board budget.
Like the heating, like we're
Right, the
doing heating
heating.
today with buildings.
right, but I thought after that discussion that those two boards were still gonna stay.
No, we're,
Oh, okay, there was a vendor.
I think that, to George's point, if it's cleaner if it comes out of the town, but if it's a case where we wanna track it through this budget, then this is the kind of money that we've gotta plan for, because we've got an unknown.
right,
The only other alternative is we put in a smaller number, and if there's a big year with a lot of postage because of a lot of activity and planning, then then the budget's gonna run a negative.
Wait, can I actually make a correction? The town doesn't pay for the postage, and neither does the planning board, the applicant does.
No, it'll show up in your budget,
Right,
so,
right, we understand.
but
so in
as
the
long
town,
as,
it goes to the town of Effingham.
if nobody's got a problem with running over the planning board budget, knowing that it's a postage-related item and the town's been reimbursed for it, no issues. But I can see where people might be questioning a negative number and looking for an explanation every time a report comes out.
I think I was thinking of something else, but I do remember that conversation now, and the conversation from the year prior about what I was talking about too, so. I don't know if Dave had his,
Yeah, we can open it up. Dave, you wanna comment?
Yeah, Dave Strauss,
Louder.
what you see in your budget sheets, the last 3 years, we've agreed between the budget committee and the select board. If you see postage on a budget sheet, we've all agreed, those committees, boards will keep their own postage. You're gonna see on most of the budget sheets, 0, where that goes back to 4130. That's what we all agreed on for the last 3 years, how we handle the postage, because those boards and committees decided that, and they presented to us, that they wanted that in their own budget, so we did it. And as far as not putting in postage, that goes out of your operating budget. You have to be able to budget for that in your operating budget, so you have to have something in there. So regardless of the fact you are paying for it, you get reimbursed back into the general fund, but you are taking that out of your operating budget. You have to put a number in there, otherwise you're cutting yourself short as a select board. You wanna have something in there for your salary, an estimated amount. $1,000 what George was talking about is on the heavy end of it.
Yes.
What you wanna protect yourself as a select board, make sure you're not cutting off on your operating budget, and the reimbursement will come back in. Every year it fills back in anyway, but regardless of that fact, you don't wanna be taking out of your operating budget.
And that's kind of why that number's $1,000 as it is now. Not that we necessarily expect it, but if we get a deluge of, at the end of the day, the town, it's a wash, but it's better that we're just prepared.
Okay, going forward.
All right, so that kind of falls in with the advertising is on that note as well. So we have the advertising at $750. As you can I don't know what our actual for 2023 was $767. And I got to admit that I have different printouts that have slightly different numbers.
Oh, really?
Yes, so, if I go by what Caitlin got me most recently.
So do we have the right copy?
The copy that I think you're looking at is the copy that I presented. And that is probably the correct copy.
It's the only one you sent me.
Right, they're not.
So answer my question, yes or no? Do I have correct copy?
You have that, I'm just looking at different town.
The statement you just made about I had different copies,
So I
you're
was
talking about previous budget.
So I was just looking, for example, on just like the association dues, 2023, on the copy that I filled out by hand, it says the actual was 0, and it says the 2024 budget was 1,300. But when I look out on whatever the spreadsheet was done, it says it was 1673, which is the correct number. So there's what the town has in your bookkeeping, and there's what kind of came on this sheet. So when we're making a comparison between what's on this sheet, and you see something like, well, you had a 2023 actual of 0, and then you're 1,300, and then you're 1656.
George, you're confusing me. Why don't we just stay with.
Okay, all right, we can,
what he's saying is, so when you got this sheet to fill in your numbers, you
Correct.
got the sheet from Caitlin,
yes.
and our office put these numbers in?
Yes, and Caitlin also sent me,
No, those numbers on that were not entered.
yeah, so
I
she,
provided them.
right, right, the details, and the details are correct, that is totally correct. But I'm just saying, when we make a comparison based on this does not necessarily, my numbers are correct, but the 2023 actual and budget don't all jive.
I'm not worried about 2023.
All right,
Caitlin,
I just wanna add, the detailed report he has is 2024, it's not 2023.
right, no, I know, I'm just looking at the.
Yeah, don't worry about 2023.
Okay.
We'll stay with 2024.
All right, so just to go through it, so anyway, the next is association dues, LRPC, there's 1646.
And use 1673 this year.
No, last year they were 1670, they're actually less this year.
What I'm saying, last year, 2024, you budgeted 1,300. That's right, for this year, right?
And the number was 16.
The correct number was 1673 last year. This year, I contacted, this is,
What she gave him. Excuse me,
Go ahead.
Maureen Wolfing tells me, George, I think you need to use 2024 and 2025.
right, so I'm
That's
just,
this year and last year.
Yeah, cause that got him off a year.
right, all right, so
So the
2025.
So the budget, we're sticking with budget and actual, what we paid for this year so far, you used 1673,
Correct,
okay? So you're requesting 1646 for next
Correct.
year. So that's.
Can you verify that?
yes, so that's
Done.
from
Okay,
LRPC, good, all right. So books and publications are 350, and that was based
And you
on,
used 306 this year, so okay.
right. So then computer services, we're just keeping that line as $1, depending on how the budgets for the boards works. Mileage is 750.
And you used 109.
Yes, just as an FYI, I didn't bill the town for my mileage, and Joanna did not bill the town for her mileage. And we did a calculation based on the fact that I'm probably gonna have to do several round trips to Concord for the whole 91A thing.
still?
Yes, still. And we kind of calculated.
video, it would have been perfect, yeah.
Yeah, so we also calculated with Maureen, just going to the Carroll County Registry of Deeds, based on the federal rate of mileage, and we got about $750. So
Okay,
that's just based on the federal, and that's not a lot of driving. We kind of just anticipated like once a month going to the Carroll County Registry of Deeds for her.
okay.
Office equipment and supplies, I'd have to look back.
That's 1396 used this year so far.
Yeah, and again, I think that has to do with the fact that one of the things,
Office equipment and supplies are by the town, correct?
Correct,
So that should be
Dave
zero.
Strauss, that's another one that we've agreed on many years, if you see 0 in office equipment supplies, going to 4130. Only the ones like the ZEO has supplies in it, because we've agreed those. So any budget sheet you see with office equipment supplies with 0, it's staying 0, gonna be charged for 4130 per our previous agreement, unless you guys wanna change it, of course.
No, we'll keep it 0,
so
so,
we'll keep that 0 for that, that's fine.
yep,
We weren't privy to all that. Again, the postage, we're just keeping that as 1,000 at the end of the day. It's so we don't run into a negative. It shouldn't really cost the taxpayer anything one way or the other. Professional services is more, because we're looking at several things. One of the things is having LRPC help us update the CIP. We want to let that, that's kind of fallen a little bit by the wayside. And we also spoke with Elena Pica, Bill Pica's daughter. She has a lot of experience in in planning and land use. And she may help us do some updating, of all of our applications and just making it a lot, applications don't go well by committee, and she has the qualifications to do that.
I know it.
So we were budgeting some of that to hopefully streamline our application process. So that's why that's higher.
So where'd you get your estimate for that? Cause this year you only used $250, so.
I think we got the estimate based on the LRPC, what we paid LRPC to do the CIP in the beginning, and we're gonna kind of split it. If neither one of these materializes, then obviously we're not gonna run that budget. It sort of depends on what we're gonna be doing with that CIP. So we put that in the budget so that we have the ability to do that going forward. The concern of the board is a little bit that the CIP is kind of, this town invested a lot of money to do the CIP, and we got all the groundwork in place, and it's all there.
How many years ago was that?
I don't know, that was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
Again the following year.
and I think we're gonna need a little bit of help to get that back on track. So we padded this a little bit, we're hoping not to spend that. But I think it was in that ballpark when we were, when we originally did the LRPC.
Okay.
The recording fees again are $1. The salary for the secretary, when we posted this job, we had between 5 to 10 hours a week. So we averaged that out to 7.5 hours a week, and that would be $8,500.
How much an hour?
Is it $22? It's $22 an hour.
And who is this person?
Maureen. So we now have somebody, it's not a stopgap. My wife, Joanna, was doing this for a while, she's not doing it at all. And we finally have a dedicated admin
So
person.
it's 8 hours a week?
We budgeted 7.5 hours.
7.5, and that's 52 weeks? You meet every week?
No, we meet twice a month. But the thing is that she's not just at the meetings, she has to do things like go to the registry of deeds, she has to do the minutes at home, types of things like that. So, like I said, when Joanna was doing it, I can say from experience, it was sometimes more than 10 hours a week, and sometimes it was less, so we just kind of averaged it out to about 7.5.
Oh, I understand, I'm a selectman, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's, when it rains, it pours, and then it's a drought for a while.
Yeah, I wish.
So, yeah.
That was a drought, no droughts.
Yeah, you guys, well,
You know our preference.
yes,
Okay, got it.
So, and then finally for the workshops and seminars, Maureen might be interested in doing some of those. A lot of those have become online, but unfortunately they're not free. So we're budgeting that for various board members to be able to do the various, like, planning seminars.
So your final budget would be 18,348
I had 648.
minus the 300.
Oh, minus the 300, correct. Your math is quicker than mine.
Well, I took him on.
So yes, that's the budget.
I was part of these discussions, I agree with it.
Go ahead, let's try your rep. Comments? Chris?
No, if anybody wonders why I'm looking over his shoulder, for some reason my packet
Didn't have it, so he was.
lacks the, planning board's budget, so.
That might be because I wasn't able to get it until Monday morning.
Oh, that's
I was
okay.
parent.
No.
No.
This would be rushing.
That's her fault.
Okay. I had a,
Sorry, Chris. Making sure you're okay.
and sorry I didn't get it to you, Caitlin, on Friday.
Yeah, I mean, it's you guys' proposed budget, it's up to the voting body at town meeting if they disagree with that. And it's our job
Committee.
it's our job to support.
It's a budget.
have a conversation.
It's a reasonable budget.
Yeah, but what I meant is, the budget committee presents the budget town meeting, but.
And we try to stay under budget, and we normally are. Well, that's different.
Yeah. I was gonna say, there's a big asterisk.
Yes, but that's.
We're good?
Any comments? Dave? No?
Make a motion to approve the planning board 2025 budget to the amount of $18,348.
For procedural purposes, as a representative, do you feel it'd be more appropriate for one of the other two of us to make that
I
motion?
don't mind,
Yeah, because he's got a point.
go for it. I'll retract my motion.
What's the conflict?
Well, he's a representative.
He's a rep.
I'm rep on, it's okay, it's okay.
It's an easy gift. It's an easy gift.
I didn't say it was a conflict, I just asked the question.
Chris, make the motion, I retracted mine.
Rules of government.
I can't do anything right sometimes, boy, can I? I make a motion to approve the proposed budget of the planning board in the amount of $18,348 and no cents.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye. Jesus.
Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Who's in the hot seat now?
Next.
I think,
Don't wanna be rude, but I got.
I'm blaming you. See you later.
Susan, you're okay.
Moving on.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, George, you too.
Great, Sue.
Good evening. So we have two different budgets. Because we've got a budget for the Historic District Commission, part of the commission, and one for the Heritage part of the commission. So this is the first year since town meeting approved Heritage that we're coming in with two.
Right, I understand. I'm just looking at the budget actual, so we got the historical commission, but we didn't add the.
We didn't appropriate any money for,
We did $500.
No, that was to fund.
that was for the
Heritage
Heritage Fund. Yep, and that was by warrant article, yep.
Yes,
Yep.
okay,
Yep,
clarification.
okay, so I'll start with Historic District. This is what we've been doing for, I don't know, 30, 40 years, I guess. There's a little bit of an increase, a couple $100, basically because we put in more money for travel and workshops and seminars. So just to go down the list, association dues, $60, and that's our membership in the New Hampshire Preservation Alliance, a very good statewide organization that does training and support for town and city, historic district and heritage commission. So that's 60, that's up $10 because we decided to do it's a group membership, but we added the $10 so that each member would get a copy of the newsletter instead of just getting one copy for the $50. So we went up to 60. Books and publications, we put in 180, and that's just an estimate because of the RSA books that we get every year that all the land use boards get. We have, instead of a 5-member commission, we're a 7-member commission now, plus 2 alternates, so that's 9. So that would be 9 books, but one of those is the Selectmen's rep, and maybe you already get a book?
I doubt it.
No? Okay, so, and I don't have any idea how much the books are, cause I've never seen an actual for what was spent on those books in the past, but I'm guessing 180 would cover
Okay.
9 books, I don't know.
I can tell you in 1 second.
13.
Thank you.
How much? $13? $13?
$13 a piece? Okay, so if you wanna take a few dollars off of it, that's all right.
Bring
We
the
don't
calculator.
expect anything.
And Susan, you need 9?
9. 2 alternates and 7.
117.
117,
Am I looking at that
We
right?
do nine at
right
13.
here, historical district.
9 at 13 is 117.
Right. They didn't buy books this year.
Yeah, you didn't, well, they didn't buy any books last year, right?
Yeah, but we got them, so somebody paid for them. I don't know whose budget they went under, but
So you said how much was it?
9 at $13.
Bring that up to Michelle.
117.
Gonna put 120?
Said they got books,
good.
but nothing came out of their budget.
Alright, we're gonna look into it.
Well, you plan on buying books this year?
yes, right. Public hearings, we put it in at 50. We don't have a lot of public hearings. Some years we don't have any. Some years we do, especially when we're amending, the historic district regulations. We have to have 2 public hearings, 1 in each historic district. So we just put in 50 just in case. Travel, we put in 200, up 100 from last year. I don't think we spent any money from 2024 on travel.
No, you didn't.
Every other year, the Preservation Alliance holds, they call it the Forest and Barn, what is that, festival?
Expo?
Well, Expo, they're doing something like that. And then the alternate year, they have the seminars in Concord. So, this is gonna be a year, 25 will be a year for the seminars in Concord, and several members wanna go, so that's travel and workshop money for those. So that's historic district budget. It's not really that much changed from previous years.
So you're looking at bottom line 680?
That's what I have.
I haven't done the math on the
680.
new
680.
number.
680, trust me.
I do, yes, when it comes to numbers. All right, moving on to heritage, so this is the
Should we
first.
vote on this first?
I can't vote because I sit on this commission.
I know, I'm asking the,
Why?
I'm asking the question, should I?
I'm good.
Leo, real fast.
Can you go down the numbers? I didn't get 680. Please.
The 180 is 120, second one,
The books and
Oh, you went
pub,
to 120 on that?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
yeah. Since it's 2 different commissions,
I'm good.
or you wanna wait?
We'll just wait, do them both together.
yeah.
Okay, alright, just wanted to make sure. Go ahead, Susan, please.
Okay, so heritage, so this is the first year, so there's nothing to compare for 23 or 24. We put in 100 for books and publications, there's some, there's a good, the Preservation Alliance does a good, preservation handbook that they, provide to towns and cities, and organizations. So we're just guessing that maybe we spend $100 on that, get a couple copies. Travel again, to workshops, for heritage, activities. We're, going, Preservation Alliance is doing a Lakes Region Heritage, meeting in Wolfboro, coming up, I think it's October 11th. So that's the first time that all the, heritage commissions in the Lakes Region will be getting together, so that'll be interesting, but that's under 2024, not 2025. So those types of things is what we're thinking would come under these, for travel, workshops and seminars. We put in, the next several, lines are, outreach and publicity, consultants, speakers and contractors, research and surveys. We put these in because when you look in the statute that authorizes heritage commissions and what their duties are, these are the kinds of things that would be covered. So these are kind of words taken out of the statute. So for outreach and publicity, we're thinking of, this would be like, flyers, newsletters. You know, maybe we'd invite a speaker to talk about preservation or town
like the
history in some
historical
way. Yeah,
Same thing they do Friday nights.
no, that's a
I know, it's something like that.
historical society, and
That is
that's not a government operation, so.
I'm
Yeah.
just making a point.
Right, exactly.
Thank you.
So it would cover that kind of stuff. Consultants, speakers, and contractors, we're also hoping that we're gonna qualify in 2025 for a grant from the National Park Service that comes to the State Division of Historical Resources and then to us, if they accept our application as a certified local government. And that would allow us to do surveys of various, you know, history of the town, various buildings, cultural events or locations. So, so we put some in for that, for research and surveys and consultants and contractors and so on. So that's our best guess, and we also put in some money for public hearings, and I can't remember why. Do you remember why, Carol? It was Eric's idea, and it made sense at the time.
I just said.
It made sense at the time, and I can't remember why.
So that's why public hearings isn't smaller.
Yeah, because we don't know if we'll have any public hearings, but just to cover it. So it's a total of $1,250.
Comments from the selectmen?
Just to compare the two, since we didn't vote on this one yet, so just on the public hearings.
Yeah.
And there obviously there's some question about why, under the Historic District Commission, you only put 50 for public hearings, but under Heritage Commission, you put 100. Is there a likelihood, without having the knowledge of this, would it be more likely to have a public hearing under the Heritage or the Historic?
The only way we would have a public hearing under Historic District is if it was like a major application where we apply our Historic District regulation, somebody wants to add on or build on their property or something. Or Hobbs Road is a scenic road, and it's the Historic District Commission that, under the Warren article that was approved by the town, would hold the public hearing if somebody wants to cut trees on a scenic road. Hobbs is the only road we have in town. And who knows, I have a feeling we'll have an application on Historic District for regulations that we might have to have a public hearing on. Or if we need to make some amendments to the regulations, that would be the only reason.
So in comparatives to the Heritage Commission, is that an unknown if there would ever have to be a public hearing? I'm just.
For the Heritage?
Yeah, cause like the Heritage, you're asking for twice as much as the Historic District Commission itself for public hearings.
Yeah. It made sense at the time, and I'm trying to remember why, and Eric isn't here for me to ask him. But I guess to have something, if you wanna cut that down to 50, to have something in there, in that line,
Be consistent, next year we can review it again.
yeah, right. That'd be fine, that would make it an even 1,200. And remember, with the approval of the Heritage Fund, any appropriated money to the heritage part of things that isn't spent automatically goes in the Heritage
Balance.
Fund. And that doesn't happen with the historic money.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
And when you were explaining, sorry, it probably seems like I'm being petty, but when you were explaining travel and workshop and seminar and consultant speakers and research and surveys, in your explanation, you combine both of those purposes when you're explaining it?
Yeah, it's, kinda.
But we still sticking to those numbers, it's not like.
Yeah,
got
so
3 and
like
2 and-
outreach and publicity would that's different than like paying a speaker, so there'd be different lines, or paying a consultant to do research on a building, or something like that. A survey, when the state historical division people talk about a survey, it's a technical term that they use for the research they're doing. It's not like, fill out this form and tell us,
Your opinion is.
how well we're doing, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if I've answered your question, we're kind of venturing down this path for the first time, so we'll see.
And bottom line, these are all estimations of unknowns and the what
Exactly.
ifs, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
no history.
Right. We do want to start thinking about the town's 250th celebration in 2028. And what we wanna do is get the different groups in town together, like, Historic District, our commission, as well as Preservation Society, Historical Society, Lord's Hill, Effingham Connect, I'm probably forgetting a couple
All
of.
the nonprofits.
Yes, all those nonprofits, so that all the ideas for that and who's gonna do what and the coordination comes together. And then we figure out what kind of budget we should have and what the town really wants to do and spend money on. So that's, I see this year as kind of starting organizing that, and then maybe a year from now, starting to appropriate money, to do,
Get your feet
do
wet.
something, yeah.
Okay, Chris?
Yep.
Good, good.
Good.
So, let's make a motion for both different budgets.
Yep.
Make a motion to accept Heritage Commission 4191 for the amount of $1,200.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Make a motion to accept Historical District Commission in the amount of $680.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Susan.
Thank you very much.
Just in time, Rebecca.
No pressure, we're gonna ask you to talk fast, cause we're behind schedule.
Okay. Tis a vote, as my father used to say when he was moderating the meeting.
Your budget went down, so I'd say let's just vote. Right?
Just quickly look at it.
Yeah, I know. Any things you wanna comment on?
It reflects, that we're no longer using, the tax assessing position as support for the zoning office, so, I bumped my hours up just a tad from,
How many hours you doing now?
I put it back up to 12, we'd taken it down to 11, I'd been at 10 for years, I looked back and 10 years ago I was at 8. We had a bump in there during and after COVID when things were really busy, but I think I can manage it at 12 even with taking on the rest of the site visits and stuff like that, so I don't think that's a problem. So it had been slowing down gradually over the last year and a half, 2 years. I'm still, at the 3/4 mark, I'm at less hours than I'm budgeted for this year, even with having picked up extra work on site visits and stuff for July and August and September.
So you're looking at a 8.8% raise?
No, that's the extra hour
Oh,
a
okay, yeah,
week
that's right.
plus the
The
cost
raise
of
on top of
living.
that.
Okay. So
I was gonna question your math this time, Billy.
it's just a 3%, but it's one more
3%.
hour a week, yeah.
I forgot to add an hour, sorry about that.
Yeah. Pulled the printing cost down a tiny bit, pulled the postage cost down a tiny bit. The large printing, postage costs have to do with the, annual
Right.
postcard we do, which this year we didn't do, cause there weren't enough changes to the zoning ordinance to warrant doing a full mailing. And we can talk about other elements about how we do notification out, cause we used to do a building notification form that was sent out by the,
Right, that was a couple years ago.
yeah, so there are some other ways of approaching tracking stuff, but I still think that the postcard is a good idea. But I think not doing it in a year where we don't have a lot to announce makes sense. You just use the previous years, and I redesigned it last year to have a full info panel, so that even if it didn't have cute little announcements of what was going on, it was a useful handout that would go for year by year.
Any questions?
I don't.
No, look at this, I'm good.
So. For the public, 2024 was 27,224, and the new budget's 20,000, I gotta sneeze, $168, excuse me. $20,168.
Okay,
Thank you, Steve.
you're welcome, so I wasn't the only one that could.
No,
Vicky, you got your hearing aids in too?
Careful.
can't afford it anymore.
Well, if you're talking in like this, you know, I don't know.
I was ready to sneeze, I'm sorry. I make a motion that we accept the zoning officer's budget of Department 4191 in the amount of $20,168.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Rebecca?
Lawrence, where are you? You got one of these?
Wait, you wanna go line by line, or you just wanted the ones that have been increased?
Just the ones that have been increased, please.
Okay. First one's the postage, went up $50 on the postage, which, like George says, we get reimbursed for it anyway.
Wait a minute, Lawrence. 2024 was $350 and you got $350 for 2025.
No,
Wait a minute.
he said postage, that's advertising.
Oh, excuse me. Got it. $400. Got it. Sorry. It's been a long day.
So, the way I got it was the town pays for the postage, and then we reimburse the town. But when we reimburse the town, it just goes in general funds. So, we never handle any money. We never see any.
Correct.
Okay, and the other one was the salary for the secretary, which we never had one, so that's an additional $1,200.
It shows you budget.
Yes, you had, in there, the land use clerk used to be the secretary for the ZBA. But he hasn't been secretary for ZBA, I don't know for how long.
So who's gonna be your
So
secretary?
we had a member doing it, volunteering to do the secretary.
But you have a budget proposed for a secretary and a budget proposed for a land clerk.
Yes. The land clerk is the same as it was last year. That hasn't changed.
There was no budget for land clerk last year.
Well, that's the thing, they've always called it the secretary. But
So you combine-
he hasn't been the secretary. So I changed it, because we call him the land clerk. I changed it to the land clerk and put in for the secretary.
So you now have two positions, right, Lawrence?
Yes, and I think some of this may overlap. If he takes the secretary job, some of this may overlap. Because he's gonna be there, he's there anyway, so he won't be there just to be the secretary. So it may overlap, so that figure,
You're as confused as I am right now.
Well, I know.
I didn't
you probably
change that
should've-
figure because you don't know that.
You probably should have made two separate line items, right? Secretary and then.
You did.
I did.
Secretary,
know.
land clerk.
I got it,
Yeah.
I got two line items.
Long day.
So it's two different positions,
My job was
potentially
over.
with an overlap.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And
But I
Lawrence,
didn't wanna change that figure.
what do we pay per hour, roughly?
I said 25,
Okay.
and I think, what was it? Somebody just said 22 something,
Yes,
22.50 or something.
planning board, yes.
Yeah. So that was the only two changes I made.
But just to clear, you said some of it, those duties may be handled by the same person.
Yeah.
So does that mean some of the times they're gonna be handled by another person?
Well, I didn't change that figure because if he doesn't do it, then there won't be any overlap.
But he's gonna
He's
be,
gonna be the land use clerk, yeah.
Still not that many hours combined.
Excuse me?
Both positions together, still not that many. At
How many-
25 an hour, that's only 3.6 hours every 2 weeks.
Yeah, about 4 hours roughly, yeah.
Yeah, not large.
You hear that?
yep,
And you've got somebody in one of the positions already, Lawrence? Or both positions? Have you got both of them filled, or you just got? have
Just one.
Okay.
Well, one has been there right along, yes.
Any additional questions?
I'm good.
Make a motion, we accept zoning board 4191, the amount of $4,381. All in favor?
you get a
No, make a
second.
mo, I need a second. Get a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Tough crowd tonight. Conservation. Come on. Sorry we had to keep you waiting, Lawrence.
Good evening, Emily.
Want to touch the highlights?
Oh, there's only two.
I like that.
Yes, one is the educational line, what's it, events and
375.
educational.
Yes.
You know, the cost of everything's going up. And this year, even though these events we have during the Preservation Society Street Fair are very popular with the public, you know, there's really standing room in the library, the last one. So, but that one cost like $414, I believe. So,
Okay.
and the other one is the GMCG water quality testing that we have traditionally given, put $50 more into our town's payment toward the water quality testing.
Okay. So you have a total budget of $4,530 versus last year was $4,405, so. Any questions from the selectmen?
I don't have any questions.
You good?
No, I'm good.
Would anybody like us to repeat the increases that are proposed?
I wasn't loud enough?
Emmeline wasn't.
Well, it's only $100 more.
Right. Make a motion to approve.
Wait, hold on a second. Is that math right?
It's 125.
Yeah. Increase, right?
Yep.
But
125.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Good?
yeah,
Make a
because they
motion,
heard $100 increase.
make a motion to approve the Conservation Commission 4611, the amount of $4,530.
Second.
Oh.
I'll let Chuck take it. Chuck second.
All in favor?
Aye,
Thank you.
thank you.
Supervisor, the checklist. Thank you, Carol. Want to touch the highlights?
Sure. This year, we had a very high year with 2 elections, 2 primaries. Next year, we have town meeting, that's it. So our salary line has gone down quite a bit from 1320 to 240.
How many elections next year?
One, just a town meeting, just a town election.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you pay us $10 an hour as opposed to the $22.50 everybody else is getting, that's okay, no.
Wait a minute, you get free donuts.
Oh, there you go, there you go. So that's 8 hours, for the town election for 240 for 3 of us combined. Mileage, we will probably have mileage this year, we have not been putting in much for mileage, but we have a new operating system at the state that they've transferred everything, so we do have to go down. 2 of us have gone down for training, Steve still has to get down to Concord at some point. It was free initially, I don't know if it's gonna continue to be free, so we also kept our workshop in there. With COVID, they stopped having everybody come down to Concord, but then with the new system, they've had to invite us back. So that's an unknown whether or not he will have to pay for his training once he goes down.
Okay.
Okay. There is the everlasting, we also get a stipend of $350 for the year each, on top of the salary that we get at elections.
So you're double dipping.
We're double dipping, we're getting paid our $350 a year, and so that's stayed steady. And I know that the budget committee and we are gonna have a conversation, Michelle doesn't, our finance officer doesn't like the word stipend, and wants to switch the 2 from one being salary, one being stipend, but I think we agreed that we're gonna bring it up at our meeting with you at the end, I don't know.
What are you looking at?
Oh, Michelle just had a concern about it, but I explained to her that through the years, we've been moving everything to identified stipends.
Right.
You guys can remember that because of all the things we've had back and forth. People wanna know what's a stipend and what isn't. So the budget sheet, so I explained to Michelle, that's why you're seeing stipends. She didn't understand why we had
So
stipends.
she's okay with it
And
now?
salaries,
Yeah, I haven't heard that back, he just said, wait till you get to
Yeah.
us, but I just wanted you guys to be aware of it. And the laptop is in there, JT has resurrected our old Dell that we turned in a few years ago, cause as you know, our internet connection out there goes on and off a lot.
No,
No,
we're
that's,
working on it.
I'm not bringing that up, but our laptop was so full of cache and all kinds of crap, we couldn't connect on it anymore. He thinks that we'll be able to use that laptop, which will be fine. We were gonna test it out on Friday, but we were not able to test it out on Friday, so.
So what's this laptop?
That if we have to get another one, if the Dell does not stay online with the state. We used to get kicked out of the state system with the old Dell because it wouldn't maintain a connection long enough and we.
Where are you gonna buy a laptop for $300?
Hey, mine I use is $250, I go to Best Buy for last year's models, I mean, it doesn't have to, we're not doing any videoing, all we just need is connect to the state and stay connected and not get bounced. And again, we're hoping not to have to get a laptop, but a 17-incher for us with bad eyes would be great.
So, yeah.
I was gonna ask you
That's why.
what that says,
Maureen and I are putting in a request for.
So what's the size of the old laptop?
I think it's only like a 14 or 15 or something, but I mean, if that's here and that works, for this year where we have just the town election, that's fine.
So you won't use it?
But we just haven't been able to test it with the new town state system yet.
JT and I had a very, very quick side discussion passing each other. That laptop's actually got the right guts to it.
The Dell?
Yeah, it should.
It needs to be cleaned up dramatically.
Yeah, it's probably got a lot of.
He thinks it's gonna be in great shape. when
Right,
it's- when
we
it
just
cleans
haven't had an opportunity yet to test
So
it
you
out.
just need better glasses.
Oh gosh, they wanna inject my eyes now, they wanna do a whole bunch of stuff to my eyes.
and the library one didn't work out.
This was in addition.
It's addition, it's a.
Yeah, that, the library,
For,
yeah, we still have that one, but when there's 3 of us there working, we all have different projects to work, and we're only a database, it's
The
a.
process is evolving and making it more efficient. An additional unit will help her dramatically.
We had a 6-hour meeting last week because we.
Yeah, we were here.
I know.
Any other questions?
We squashed your plans. I have no other,
Thank you, yeah.
sorry.
Okay, so last year's budget was $3,130, this year's budget's $2,110. So I make a motion to,
May I, add point of order, please?
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Question, please.
Yes, please.
Did you guys agree that we're gonna do computers separate now? Because something like this would have normally gone under the computer line item for 41.
That's a good point.
Oh, that's right, you guys are revamping all
That's
that.
what we had agreed on before, everything you wanted to keep unless it was something specific.
Good point,
that you
Dave.
want.
I got it.
So I just wanted, this may be a unique situation that you wanna do that, but I'll remind you now at this point if you wanna do that.
1810.
18.
Okay, when that-
And as part of the laptop issue or whatever issue we have, and I'm not getting into the modular, I'm just getting into, we are required to go to their database on a secured line, which we have not, we've been on.
We're working on it.
We've been on guest, so whatever configurations we need to do to have a secure line,
We'll have all the departments involved when we.
yeah,
when we
that's
transfer
our
over.
only request as far as that's
Yeah,
concerned.
you'll be involved. Right, so the new budget's gonna be $1,810.
Second.
1810,
We're getting rid of that.
so I gotta make a motion.
You did, and I seconded it.
Alright, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Alan, you're on the hot seat. Wanna bring your side?
Yes.
Chair right there behind you.
There you go. Yep, just doing all the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, the 18th.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
I thought it was us.
That A stands for something else with us, though.
Well, thank you for meeting with us.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
So we're gonna start with the 4140.
They're both 4140.
41.
Nope, sorry.
What?
Nope, you're good. That was me.
I knew I was right this time.
Looking at too many papers.
Okay, I'm not sure where you wanna start on this, but,
Just give us the.
so anything that's
status
gone
of-
up?
Yes, please.
Okay, so for postage, I would, just a small increase from 1575 to 1600. The next line item, we have is salaries, which we started last year as far as trying to increase in the compensation, as we're trying to maintain the equity within town and outside communities comparison. And again, we couldn't do that all in 1 year. So again, last year was a small increase. This year, we went for a little bit more of an increase. So when I started, it was nearly 40 to 50% under what our comparison community was making. So, as far as the deputy, we went from 14,577 to 17,160.
In percentage, you have a percentage?
I think it's about 15, but I did it by
18.
18?
You have 18?
Yep.
Is that how many hours? We did for
Just
20?
a straight number.
Okay.
So what's the comparison to the other small towns in Carroll County and around?
Madison. So we use Madison as far as our tax base, our salary structure.
Take your hand down, you gotta give it a listen.
Sorry.
So when you go in and take a look at, do you look at the state numbers and then the Carroll County numbers?
Nope, that's, no. I have
Just
not.
with one of the town?
Just, that was our closest as far as population size, as far as monetary size, that was the closest we had.
So what does the hourly rate work out to for the,
For the deputy, I have 2357 at 28 hours.
and yourself?
So my budget for last year was 18,707. And I asked for 23,400 for this year.
23,
400.
23,400.
Yeah, my salary, per hour.
What per hour will be 30.
And how many hours a week do you volunteer for the town?
Mine is listed as 30 hours, yeah, 30 hours per week.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What is this figure based on, 30 hours per week? At that current rate?
Yes.
Do you get a percentage then?
Oh, yeah, his is 25. And
That's what I
Clerk's
meant to.
18.
I'll just verify. John, want me to speak first?
Yeah, go ahead.
My opinion, I mean, what Alan and Andrew has done over the year, all the comments I heard from the taxpayers as far as the great job they're doing and everything else, and trying to get good help in a small town like this. With the raise, I don't see an issue with it.
Dave, you don't happen to have your salary survey sheet in your pocket, do you? The state.
Yeah, I left mine home too.
Mine home too.
I left mine home.
Oh, yes, you mean how much an hour someone gets? Yes, I do have that. Current rates, you mean?
Yep,
Yeah, I
that's
do
what,
have it. What in my pocket, what are you looking for? That one, Chuck?
Headley does partial, that's an older sheet, I was looking for the 24 stuff.
I don't have mine. What's that?
Leo, can I ask questions?
Yes, please.
So, Alan, what's this salary assistant do?
Salary assistant, that was initially put in, my understanding is when Deanna was coming in to help as far as bringing assistants in. But I believe she had set that up as being able to hire people to come in and do filing during busy times. That was my explanation of it.
So we didn't use any money last year. So why'd you raise it?
Again, that's just it's something that we have to be able to bring people in. And it was a overflow, if I remember correctly, with the,
So why didn't you leave it just the same, 2,200?
it could be, it could be.
If you didn't use
But I mean, no, the
it,
past deputy, we used a lot of that out of there for her time. So I just wanted to make sure that we had, coverage, that's all. But that obviously could be 2,200.
And I mean, on that topic, my understanding is that was being utilized because of the lack of a deputy for a while, the, transition with essentially transition between three different town clerk tax collectors.
Right.
And that whole time frame. So
It does give us the ability to bring somebody from Avatar if we want to actually have a physical presence for training.
Oh, we're gonna still use Avatar system.
for that. Cause it's not like a contract services underneath your
Right,
budget.
that's- Obviously, that's something that we try not to do. It would have to be obviously a dire situation, but.
Yeah,
due
but
to the
if
expense.
you're bringing in a contractor for training, you're not bringing them into that line anyway.
Well, it's depending on who you bring, I mean, from Avatar. That's
That's what I mean, but
So-
they're not an employee, so they're not coming in out of that line. You
Right.
gotta bring them under a training or some contract.
Have to do it from a different account.
Yeah. So have you used anything in this area this year?
Yes,
Okay.
I know we were using it recently.
Not as of this week.
That's up, well, actually, other this week, we started using that.
Yeah.
From last Friday on, we actually started using that.
Using what again?
The salary assistant slot. For moving, and filing in the offices.
Who are you paying for, who's using?
Abigail. So she was actually working on, for the last couple of days, helping us clean out
Yep, okay.
the files in the back,
I don't know.
itemizing and such.
Outside of that, it's,
You did what you did.
All right,
well,
I-
you got one selection. For the primary, you did a lot of work.
She did well.
Yes, you did. We all appreciate it.
So your workshops, last year you used $101. You're still requesting the same, or you got plans?
So, we try to, basically, to be honest with you, just stabilize the office this year. And rather than doing any trainings, we wanted to be physically in the office, have things straightened out, and then try to essentially hit the ground running next year when it comes to training. Feeling more comfortable in our position.
And the bottom floor,
So, I had done this on the assumption that we had 2 elections, which obviously I was incorrect. So between the ballot clerks and the counters, I had asked for an increase from $10 to $15 for the ballot clerks. And we were looking for an increase from 30 to 45, which is a flat rate for the counters. So if you take that 2,200 I was asking for, you can cut that in half to 1,100.
$1,110.
Yeah.
What's the next one? MOD?
Moderator?
The moderator has been placed in my budget.
Is that a flat per year kind of
That
thing?
is.
Okay.
Whether it's a stipend or not, it's a $500.
That's $500.
Yeah.
Where would
I think it is a stipend, isn't it?
Where had you been taking that before out of
It's
here?
like how the board of
We,
selectmen are paid.
that wasn't part of my budget.
It wasn't part of your.
No, this is,
Where was it
this is
before
brand
the
new.
moderator?
Moderator was under 4130.
Okay, Dave, right now, moderator is a salary, should that be a stipend?
Moderator is a stipend.
same thing.
Well, we got it under
It's under
salary,
4130.
yeah, we're moving it to 4140. Well, the elections,
Moderator does more than that.
They do town meeting? That's on the.
yeah, but still, my question is it a stipend or a salary? It's just,
Yeah.
we were just talking about, prior to that, it was a
Yeah,
stipend.
no, we planned that as a stipend.
Okay.
Stipend. Now,
Right.
So we gotta,
And is it it's a flat rate per year, 500?
yeah,
Okay.
I don't have 4130 rate open with me. Do you have it right in the budget sheet? You get the budget to actual, right? I didn't get one.
Tell me.
That's your 500, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a show 500.
thank you.
what's your looking for? Moderator? Right there.
Oh. Okay.
Did you add that up?
Yes.
Did you get 53,300?
They are.
Well, you gotta look at it from the standpoint,
I was waiting.
the moderator, I mean, he also does the elections too. And there's more elections than one town meeting,
I
so,
have no problem, wherever you guys wanna feel you wanna put it, we'll move it wherever you want, but doesn't matter to me on which.
Before you guys did the reduction of the counters and stuff, that's
He
the
also
total.
shows, he also shows up
That number's not right.
sometimes as a,
53,300.
we have to vote.
Your total's incorrect.
No, it's because that was the total that was there, I'm not totaling it yet.
No,
No, he didn't.
Okay.
On mine,
Several of us have done the calculations and
53,300.
it's, I get 53,300 for a total before we did the reduction of the counters and stuff.
I'm good with that, cause you collect taxes, as long as it's positive, I have no problem.
so yeah, if you take off the 1,100,
We haven't done that.
No, before that.
Just add
before
your
that re-
numbers.
Before that reduction, I get 53,300.
Yeah.
Yeah, just add your numbers that you put down.
That's
Okay.
four of us, Chris.
You guys got 53,300 too? Okay. So then 53,300 and then what were the reductions? I'm sorry.
Well, we did the salary assistant down to 2,200, so that's
$22 for that, yeah.
that's $300 reduction. And, the ballot clerks will be
$1,100.
$1,110.
You said in half.
What's that?
How's that in half? Oh, that's in half of both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say ballot clerks,
Just take the-
half of 1320 is an 1,100.
Yeah, take 222 divided by 2.
So,
What's your total?
and the other one you reduced by
1,110.
$300,
Oh, yes.
51,9? Is that, can somebody check my math there on that one? I don't know if you double checked them.
So you have 51,900 for a total?
After the $1,100 reduction under ballot clerks and counters and the $300 reduction of salary assistant line of an additional 300, that's, I got 51,900. I don't know, 51,900.
Total reduction of $1,410 was,
What was the amount for ballot clerk?
So 1410.
They cut that in half, that,
So instead of the
1,110.
20,
Excuse me?
both of these, that one right there would go.
Okay, I heard 1110 and I'm like, what?
Final balance, well, we haven't talked about the two salaries, but the final right now is 51,900.
so minus 1410,
That's not the final, we're still in discussion.
189.
51,900.
So 1,100 for ballot clerks,
No, $1,110.
yeah, excuse me, and 2,200 for salary assistant,
Yes.
Yes.
and then 51,990. Let me look again.
Well, maybe there's a 90 in there. Hold on.
He's right. He's right.
There isn't any
Well, wait a minute.
dollars though.
I got 51,890, but
Okay. You're grand higher than I am.
51,890.
Everybody should, synchronize their.
What'd you get?
51,890.
51,890.
51,890.
Oh, because it's not 1,100,
It's 1,110.
1110. Too many numbers getting thrown out here. We need a, what's the person called that, sits next to the judge, writes everything down?
Oh, the bailiff?
No, that's it.
Alright, so, do you wanna go back to the discussion on the wages, or you all guys all set? You're still doing figuring?
Yeah, I'm still coming up with 50. So show me,
Coming up with what?
I'm a grand less than you guys.
On the bottom balance?
Mm-hmm.
Well, did you add everything up?
Yep.
Oops, sorry. Mark.
51
I'm coming up with a 51,890.
150, 20, 500, 600, 2100, 1600, 250, 17, 160, 23, 400, 2200, 1100, 1110, 500,
And 1,200.
and 1200. Oh, that's where I go. Okay. Good. That's 1,000.
You're gonna have to prove about 6 people wrong.
Good, that's no problem. I just wanted checks and balances.
Yes,
Okay, so the final balance right now, for discussions, is 51,890. Do we have any additional discussions?
Any questions on the dog tags at all? The dog tags? I didn't-
Oh, sorry.
So that's a state payment, just so you're aware. It's not $1,200 for the dog tags themselves. Andrea did such a great job as far as bringing people in. The reverse side is now we have a huge payment to make out to the state at the $1,200 mark. So I'm anticipating that we're gonna have the same kind of response next year. So that was just something that we didn't
What's the
anticipate.
tag cost?
$750 or $10.
For a tag?
no, what's it cost us to
Oh,
buy?
to buy the
Us?
tags.
I don't know, $200 for the 500 or 600 tags we get. That's it, just off the top of my head. I couldn't give you the
Oh,
exact.
so you don't have a cost per each?
No, we buy them in bulk.
So cause I mean, recently the question came up about dog tags. Where is that?
So we're paying about $250 a tag?
I'm not sure.
I wanna say it was like 179 a tag or somewhere, 180 a tag, somewhere in that ballpark.
That's why I couldn't find it, the wrong one.
I don't have a number, I can't do anything.
Typically, we ordered 500, and that had been custom, and we went past that. So we actually had to reorder another 100 of the same series. And then for our next order, we got, I believe we ordered 600
For next year?
for next year, for the next, right. But the anticipation is that, again, that $1,200 just wasn't in the budget.
Got it. Okay.
Software being whacked out, why?
Haven't used it,
Okay. We don't have to pay for any software?
not that I'm aware of.
Dave, please.
Sorry.
The 1,200 was in the budget, was under supplies.
Right.
Because we had talked about that in previous committees and everything we had, they're just pulling it out now. So, just for your information, I would have expected to see that line item drop because that's where we've always been funding it,
Out of the office supplies and
out of
equipment?
supplies.
Okay,
That's what I was working on, trying to find it, and I'm like, I know that we just talked about
You know,
dog tags
We've always covered it.
under, yeah. Cause it was,
I understand why you wanna pull it out because now it's getting to be such a large number.
right, right.
Yeah, and he used 2,600 already this year. In their budget.
which,
Go ahead.
oh, right there, okay.
And what had the software been targeted for in this year's budget?
That I don't know, sir. I cannot answer that.
You know there was when you guys were working on it last year?
No, that's probably when I was in Scotland.
So, is that, I'm gonna go down there?
Well, not really, because,
No, cause now it's here.
yeah, but he still went over his budget.
Right,
Oh,
but he's
because you put
asking
it
for
in-
it twice.
You put it in your office supplies, the dog tags. Where did it go?
So to budget for that separately, to Dave's point,
So then you knock down the office equipment and supplies is what you're saying?
by that amount, yeah.
Yeah, so you put the $1,200 into the office equipment supplies, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
In a second where it went to.
So 2,100 gets reduced by 12?
If it's gonna get tracked separately, just as dog tags.
Yeah.
And for budgeting purposes,
I make it 1,000. You okay with office supplies 1,000?
Yeah, that should be fine. I can't, I think it would be more than that. But yes, it did go, so yeah, we were over, so we're at 24 instead of 21.
because the dog tags run
Because of the
underneath
dog
that, so.
Good catch.
Yep,
Well, that,
so reduce the 2,100.
that's what Dave was bringing up is, cause I knew we talked about that at the budget committee meeting. Office supplies,
50,000, you want the total price or what?
No, what do we reduce?
office supplies and equipment,
Office supplies and equipment from $2,100 to 1,000.
1,000. How much was the counters per hour? I didn't hear. I didn't-
The ballot clerks, we wanted to do 15 for the ballot clerks, and then 45 for the counters.
45 an hour?
No, the counters just get the straight 30. So we just wanted to increase that to the
You're
45.
talking hourly, I just wanted to make sure
Oh,
we're
no.
on the same thing.
Sorry.
Better when I get paid now.
Okay, so what's the new bottom line?
$50,790. Carol,
Sorry. As an election officials, our fee at the elections generally matches the ballot clerks. So I don't wanna take it away from them, but our line might go up to match that way, but basically, Deanna paid everybody the same amount. The supervisors and the ballot clerks were all $10 an hour. I'm glad they're getting a raise, but I think the supervisors have to stay at an election. So I don't know how I don't wanna stop your process right now, but I wanted to mention that.
Do you know how many hours you had budgeted for on here?
8 hours for next year. We have, at the bottom of my sheet, we have one election next year, it's 8 hours.
Yep.
So when we think of elections, it's all on the par, except for the counties get it,
so you're doing $240.
We're doing $10 an hour. Cause that's what it's been forever. But,
What did you put down?
I'm sorry? 15 in an hour? You're asking?
$120 more.
Yeah.
so do we drop that one? or
Okay, we're gonna
take
have to drop the ballot clerks.
No,
I mean,
I was gonna wait.
no. We are,
$120, I'll pay it, we just have to pay everybody.
he's doing calculations.
1930 for Carol's.
Right. 1930.
Oh, you're gonna raise hers?
Yep. For $120? Yeah.
Yeah.
When's the last, I haven't seen.
I'm just asking.
I haven't seen a raise in this position since I've been around here.
I've been doing it, what, 12 years now?
Yeah,
I asked her a question.
I know. Yes, I would vote to give it a raise for $120. Yep.
And that's what I asked, I said, do we
Okay.
wanna drop that one, or we wanna bring this one up? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, do we not struggle to get people to
Yeah.
help this year at the last primary?
I was just gonna throw extra pizza.
I had a problem with counters.
Yeah,
We have to go back to this budget and add it in.
Yeah, we will. Is there any other discussions on elections, registrations, town clerk? Or,
Nope. Even with the add-ins, it's a 5% increase, so.
so, we're gonna make a motion to go with,
Go ahead.
okay, you ready?
Yep.
So, last year's budget was $48,324. This year's budget is $50,790.
Second.
Oh, make a motion, go ahead,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So we won't forget, let's jump on this
Do we need
one.
to make a motion to
Yeah.
change that one?
Yeah. Make a motion to,
Make an adjustment.
make an adjustment to the supervisors of checklist 4141 from the amount of $2,110 to, whoops, what was the new price?
1810.
To the new price of, 1810.
No,
No.
from 1810 to 1930.
Sorry,
Gotta add 300. Yeah.
let me revise that again, make a motion. For the supervisor checklist 4141 to revise the amount from $1,810 to 2,000.
To $1,930.
I didn't have that number,
Yeah.
1920.
30.
1930. Let me do it. Make a motion for 4141 supervisor's checklist to make an edit. By adding $120 to elections and salary, bringing a total of $360 for new bottom line total, $1,930.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
More or less.
More or less.
I was getting there. All right, well, next one, 4150, financial administration, tax collector.
So this budget hurts, I'll be honest with you, alright, a lot of unanticipated expenditures that we had, that we went over, as far as postage and total notice, which is this book here, which is our lien research, which came to $42.79 for this year, for the September bill on this year.
How often do we have to do that?
This is every year. So, but the comparison to the year before was 1975. Sorry, 2171, 19 with postage. So if you'd like to see those, that's just.
That was the one I questioned you on.
Yes.
Okay.
So we've, unfortunately, we doubled in a year. There's no way we can anticipate that. That also affected our bottom line as far as our postage, because now we have an $1,800 bill where we're mandated to send out each one of these on our own as far as registered mail at $9 a pop, for nearly 200.
So you're adding the tax bill, $3,500.
So the tax bills being sent out by Minuteman are approximately $1,750 for each.
Tax bill?
For each tax bill, so PO one, $1,750, PO two would be another $1,750.
Not taking into account US postage increase.
Exactly, I don't know if.
Eric tells me they're coming annually, they've already been proposed over the next 5 years.
I would assume that they're gonna go up.
Are they leaving?
Okay.
Another meeting going on in the other room if anybody wants.
No, they're leaving, they're just leaving, they just wants to give them something.
I don't know, if we spend $1,750 and knowing postage is gonna go up, we ought to laugh.
Well,
at least another.
To my, I don't know, to have a little bit of leeway here, my postage was $3,200 for this last budget. I came in at $2,500, which may be high, looking at the way, we're discussing it now as far as having the tax bills set out with their own line item. If we could go down to $1,500, but that would give me some extra cash as far as, again, the unintended, or,
So it's $4,000.
Well, it's gonna be, it's gonna be $3,500 anyway. For our $1,700 bills to go out.
So this year so far you used $3,650.
For the,
Postage.
yeah, and again, that's,
So if we,
so that I dropped that down. Because if we take tax bills themselves out, that's $3,500 right there.
so it's $4,300 in postage.
Yeah. And again, we're gonna have in December, end of November, we're gonna have the same bill.
Yep.
So that, you said it's $1,750 a piece for Minuteman to send out.
So for $1,750 for them to print and send out our tax bills.
And they're the only name in the game.
That I don't know.
We haven't researched that.
Not in a few years. When we originally did it, they were the only ones in the game. Or anywhere within reasonable travel.
But, I mean, right now, we won't, not for December's bill, we don't have time to do a research, maybe next year, but.
We still gotta mail out December's, and we're currently over by $450.
They give us their bulk rate stamp, so we don't have to buy a bulk rate stamp. So I know when we looked into that a couple years ago, it was like $200 or $300 for us to buy a bulk rate permit. But because of the way they're set up, we utilize their bulk rate permit for our mailings.
I mean, we can look into next year, but it's no guarantee, so.
And I would say that.
We gotta be
sorry.
safety to cover ourselves.
They're very good to us also, being a small community, I mean, they do what they say they're gonna do.
Well, yeah, there's a reason why they've been in business in Illinois for all these years.
And they do a ton of them around the state.
Right, so I mean, again, you know, sometimes we deal with vendors and you may or may not get a phone call back. They've been excellent with us, no matter what they do, whether it's tax bills or cards or anything that we've needed.
Yeah, we're on vendor right now, so that's no problem. So what do you, he's got a total bill for the postage of $4,300 between,
So what, so postage is 800 and then
well,
what is it again? And tax bills 3,500? How we, I don't understand where you're going with your numbers.
$2,500 and 1,800.
1,800 down and below?
Yeah, 1,800.
So again, that 25, if you're looking at the
Oh,
25 up
got it.
here,
Yeah.
I would knock that down to $1,500. Or even 1,000, but I would like a
Yeah,
little
but
bit of.
But I'm looking at your, postage, you spent 3,650 this year.
But again,
Already.
so if we take out the tax bills and the lien postage, we've already got that down here.
So if you make a separate line.
So if you go down to the bottom,
Versus actual, same thing we did with the last one.
Oh, okay.
So change your postage number to 1,500.
change my postage to 1,500, please, instead of the 2,500. And again, I don't know how we changed the tax bill from the 3,500 and the lien postage from what we had of the 1,800 this year. I would assume it's gonna be somewhat similar next year.
And what's total notice?
Total notice, that's the research that we paid, again, this was twice what we anticipated in spending, so that's $4,000. And again, if we go on the same idea that, you know, it's gonna be similar to this year, it's gonna be $4,000.
So what line did you take that out of this year?
That would have come under record preservation, I mean, or recording fees.
It had to be
Recording fees?
Yeah, so it had to be recording fees, but that was
That's
only
$3.
$800, which, again, I think a few years back,
So that's why that line was $3,900 over budget.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
So it's not like these are massive increase above what we actually spent this year, not necessarily what we budgeted because they were unanticipated.
Correct, so there were non-budgeted items, unfortunately.
Do we know what I know this is a big ask, do we know what we budgeted for? I mean, that's a yearly thing?
Which one? I'm sorry, this.
That's
Total
every year.
notice.
Total notice?
That's gonna be yearly.
So
That is, yeah, so when you go to, if, you know, come to the third year, when you're going to take the properties, this is Bible they go by. So, it's, you know, we have to do it, but.
right, so my point is, how did we miss that purchase for 24 over against 23? Did we make that purchase in 23, the same total
That just
research?
came out.
And under what budget?
Yeah.
You know
So
what I'm-
I
you know what I'm
can
asking?
answer that. What I can just show you again, that this doubled from the previous year.
Cost doubled,
Cost doubled.
okay, so that's,
Outright doubled. You went from, was it 160? It went from 79 parcels to 160 parcels that were leaned. It's quite an increase.
okay,
It's on lien.
okay,
So it's not,
okay.
Wasn't that a positive effect with the lien as far as we got the money,
yeah, it does help. Once you put the lien out there, people pay.
you'll
Yeah.
pay?
Dave looks like he has a question, I don't know if you want.
I know, I'm watching him,
Okay.
I'm just giving my answer. Dave, go for it.
I guess I'm a little confused, because what was budgeted previously to do tax bills, lien postage was budgeted to 3,200. Right now, postage has got 25, 3,500, and 1,800.
Well, excuse me, Dave, postage is down to 1,500.
Okay, so he's got 15, 35, and 18.
That's what he was explaining with this new
No, that's something different.
No,
That's,
all that was encompassed in your
That's it.
postage.
yeah. All the research.
so what Dave's talking about is these two and that.
Yeah, all that was encompassed in your postage.
So I think our postage unfortunately got blown out of the water this year.
Well, I can understand that, but right now that you've got 43 plus 1,500, what you're putting on there. So that's $5,800 up from 32.
Right, cause
That's blowing out of the water, yeah.
the 32 didn't cover it. That didn't even cover our tax bill. It being mailed out.
Yeah, I can understand we're gonna increase it now, but 5,800? Is that what you're saying? I guess that's what I'm trying to make, I'm trying.
Okay, so if you break it down, $3,500 for the tax bills, which is twice a year mail out through Minuteman. Okay? The lien postage, we spent $1,800 on. We sent out nearly 200 letters, certified mail, at $9 a pop. Which we have to.
So I get it, I think where Dave's going, if you add the postage at 1,500, you add your tax bill and your lien postage, you're like $6,800.
But again, these are all separate items. And if you wanna, we can roll it lower and assume that we're gonna have less liens next year. I'm going on the thought that we're probably gonna have a similar year next year that you do this year.
No, I can understand what you're getting at, Al, as far as 35 and 1,800, that's also a number.
Yep. So you're questioning the 1,500?
Gonna hit your postage, because you're only,
I'm on the wrong one.
you're over 1,000 something from previous year, of 3,200 budgeted. You're asking for almost an 80% increase on the budget.
But again, all I can tell you is that, we had non-budgeted items.
I just wanna point that out, because it's one thing that we'll be asking for more detail, at least I would.
Yeah, I'm still trying to make heads, I agree with Dave, I'm still trying to do that, all that math together. And I get that, the only thing I see, obviously that, and we got that clarified, the
Right.
total notice, let's take that out of the equation, that 4,000.
Yep.
Take the 15, the 35, the 18, those are currently underneath postage. So,
What are you mailing out by taking out the tax bill and the lien postage, what's left to mail?
What's left to mail? Receipts, anything that we do as far as that comes in for taxes. I mean, there's quite a bit that goes out. It may not be $1,000, but again, that's the leeway as far as if we need it for, the unintended, the leanings. That's.
So you're looking
I don't
at,
know.
for those three items, is $6,800.
Do we have a way to run a report out quick that basically says, strip out tax bill and lien for mailing postage year to date, so we can see the kinds of stuff that we're paying?
Can you repeat that, cause you're.
So take to year to date in these columns,
QuickBooks.
subtract out the tax bill related mailing and the lien postage mailing, and give us an example of what's left for not only the number, but the types of things that are being mailed. And I know
I can try.
okay,
I can, cause you go through Minuteman tax bills, right? So I can do that one, because Minuteman's a separate billing.
yeah,
But when we get to the liens, that's through our postage machine. And when we get any information like that, we're gonna get a number and an amount, not how many were certified.
but if the lien postage go out of the postage, you can almost
Can I
deduct
make a
it.
suggestion?
Go for it.
1,000 is more than enough for the postage, and these numbers, the lien and
Tax bill,
tax bills. pretty much what they are. And then we'll see what happens from there, it goes on.
So you wanna reduce it from 1,500 down to 1,000? That's, or you're
I think
recommending?
that's a reasonable.
That's fine.
Yeah, let's do that, cause even at 70 cents, that's like 27 mailings a week for 52 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, even that should be hefty.
Okay.
And then that'll give us a basis if we're gonna break it up the line items. That's just a suggestion.
I'm good with 1,000.
That's fine.
Yeah, cause we're tracking those other things separate, that's the thing I was just trying to wrap my head around, is like, if those big ticket items are removed from that postage, what realistically do we need? And I get the receipts and things of that nature, and absolutely, so,
Right, well, I think that's, again, it's the I don't know.
yeah.
We don't know how many, unfortunately, we could have, you know, a $3,600 bill for liens next year, the postage, I don't know.
Dave, did you come up with a total number? Cause I got two down here, I don't know, 55,
I
what's,
got 59,650, what he's got on the bottom, what he's requesting.
so it's gonna be,
I mean, we're gonna lower that by
1,500.
1,500,
1,500, right?
Yeah, no postage to 1,000.
yes.
Yes, so 58, 150.
That's what I got.
That's what I got.
Yep. Anything else, salary or anything like? Did you change anything else?
Not yet, but
Yeah.
we haven't discussed it yet.
Okay.
Oh, we did.
I don't suppose we can table any of these.
The salary assistant down to 22, that's minus 3.
I said, don't suppose we can table any of these, Ken?
Say that again, Alan?
So like we did on the other one, with the 2,200 for the salary assistant,
Take that by 300 more.
right, so instead of the 25 to 22.
So 57, 850.
Yep, 57,850.
You repeat those numbers, please?
57850.
No, what Alan said.
Line item salary assistant, take it down to 2,200 from
2,200.
2,500, down 300. Salary assistant, down 300,
Down 300.
so it matches the other one at 2,200.
Oh, on the other page.
Any other discussions?
Good.
Chris?
I'm good.
Good. You good?
Good.
Make a motion,
Yes, yes, Dave.
oh, sorry.
I just make sure we get the same numbers.
Okay. Make a motion to accept financial administration tax collector for 170 in the amount of $57,850. Chris seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
You did it last night.
That's okay.
Thank you, Al.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for your time.
Are you folks here for budget questions or public comment?
Just participation.
Awesome, thank you very much, appreciate you being here. Just wanted to make sure cause I know you came in a little bit later, and we jumped public comment ahead of the budget process. So I just wanted to make sure you knew.
Canal surgery is easy, it's not.
Janet was all set, so you know.
Oh, she is all set now? Okay.
Thanks again.
Thank you, have a good evening.
Anything happened.
What's that?
I just know I forget. That's your number one.
Dave,
Wanna wait for him?
come on up.
Oh, you can hear me from here.
No, hot seat, let's go.
Hey, you need to be on camera. You need to be on camera.
wants special, you know.
You can see your picture.
Oh, Jesus, can I turn
And we're gonna
around?
use it.
Smile.
Can I turn around?
Dave, that's why I'm sitting this way.
We'll wait for Chris.
Dave, do you want your phone?
No,
No,
I'm good, thank you.
go ahead, Dave, it looks like you only have one increase,
Yeah, the only increase we got is the,
workshops.
yep, and that's because the book costs have gone up. See, 2 books, $9 a piece.
Oh, excuse me, got
Because
two.
we're gonna have at least 2 new members probably. And the workshop we plan on doing with the online, which is $70 instead of
Do you wanna,
100 and something.
do you wanna put $1 in there for the mileage, just as a placeholder for the whole thing?
No, I don't think so, none of us have been using, we're only doing the one. And on the back sheet, you can see how we calculated out the hours as far as the secretary by the meetings and the public hearing. That gives you all the detail of how we came out with the 1170.
Just for clarification, this is the same budget, the budget committee discussed and approved at the meeting, last meeting, correct?
Exactly, yep.
I make a motion that we, accept and we support the budget for the budget committee of $1,470.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Dave.
Yep.
Dave.
Well, we were present, all 3 of us were present for that discussion, so that should be a no-brainer.
In the room for the whole.
Where's the treasurer?
He's not there.
Treasurer wasn't in, is not attending. So his,
Oh, yeah, that's
his
right.
stuff's there,
Yep,
so
yep, yep.
I'll take over, I guess, for this one if you want, to kinda explain what's in front of you. No, I'm in front of the camera, I'm in front.
She is.
No, you have to sit where you're presenting, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not the treasurer though. So pretty much what you have in front of you, we discussed in a work session, went over the treasurer. Bill also added, well, didn't add, but recommended the salaries, so as you can see, we originally kind of just left the deputy at 600, the treasurer for the salary up to 4,000. And Bill's notes at the bottom, you can see where he updated kind of $100 a week to 5,200 for the year and $50 a week for 2,600 a year. So I presented that as well for your discussion.
So, he wrote this one down, then he wrote another set of numbers?
The one that's written down is my handwriting on the side. where
Oh,
it
so,
says-
okay.
That was what we had discussed in that work session. And then in the writing below is what Bill had
Right,
suggested, yeah.
Now, what's the reason for such a big, does he have a deputy secretary?
Does not.
Treasurer? Huh?
Not at this moment.
So why is he recommending such a big jump? From $600 to 2,600?
Yeah, I'm confused, so what are we asking for on the bottom line, because mine says,
Mine is not including the handwritten.
Exactly, correct. So the one that says 4850, that's what we had
Working it?
at the
I'm
time,
not following those.
discussed this.
So basically, Caitlin filled this in,
Yeah,
and then gave it to Bill, and Bill mixed the deputy treasurer and his salary for the treasurer, and he put in this. So, probably have to work off Bill's recommendations, right?
I would go based off working off that one and then for discussion.
so
This
he,
is a stipend, just so you know, on the budget sheets. It's not a salary.
And that's, appointing position next year for
I was
selectmen.
also just gonna say that.
You already did, didn't you?
no, it doesn't,
No,
Oh,
it's
that's right, you did
2025.
this January.
cause we had the election before the,
So he's looking at a budget of 8,050?
no,
that's what it meant.
no,
No.
Yeah,
no, cause you gotta add dues. and-
I just did, it's
I
80.
did all that.
Oh, okay, so.
Take those
okay.
two out, take that one. I know, these are the two that replaces those two, the salaries.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with going, I mean, we don't even have a deputy now. We should get a deputy, I do know somebody that's interested, I did tell you that the other day. But to arbitrarily increase that from $600 a year stipend to $2,600, adding $2,000, that,
Dave, you were deputy treasurer underneath Elaine. How many hours did you put in? I mean, per week?
I would put in a month, probably 10, 8 to 10, but I'm learning from Elaine, so,
So if you knew 6 hours,
and you have to keep up to touch with what was going on, so that was about a month, but Elaine was doing it every week.
oh yeah, Bill does too, he's here almost 3 days a week.
Yeah. And that was only on the training side of it.
Yeah, I'm just talking if
After
you,
that, it was infrequent just for filming. So if I did another 30 hours for the rest of the year, it probably would have been heavy.
that's what I need to know.
It's 150 hours a year.
No,
No, that was just for my training for the first few weeks.
no, it's 30 hours, if he was trained, it would be 30 hours a year. It's just, if Bill's not here, he fills the checks in, does the checks and.
And the way we came up with, just so you remember, we came up with the stipend amounts when we had the discussions because of the other stipends with health officer and others, we were trying to keep things consistent with what people were getting. Being a former deputy treasurer, there is a lot of duties and a lot of work involved, but that's why we ended up picking amounts. We were trying to be consistent with what people were getting for a fair amount. May complicate the position, and I'll remind you that, as you pointed out, in January, you're gonna have to, if Bill doesn't accept it again, you're gonna have to advertise.
So you,
I sent you, maybe I sent Caitlin, a thing of the treasurer, there was a notice for the treasurer in the paper with an hourly amount. of how
should
much they
CC
want.
me as chair.
Yeah,
When did you send that?
it was this summer.
Yeah, well,
Oh, yeah.
Caitlin, you're,
Look in your spam.
Yeah.
so you're here every day, so basically, how many hours approximately does Bill put in a week? I know he's like 2 or 3 days here.
About 2 or 3 days, sometimes it can average, depending on what he has for a workflow from the tax collector's office, or
Can
any
I just
deposit.
interrupt? I mean,
Yeah.
the workload would be like if we got a big budget on the manifests? Or-
No, workload meaning anytime a deposit's made from the clerk's and tax collector's office, he has his own thing to do with it, I'm not 100% where it is, so I can't answer that part. As well as deposits for the board of selectmen office, transfer station, and then he also signs the checks for the manifest. So usually
So, yeah, so we
he's-
got a big manifest, yeah.
Yeah, so usually he's here anywhere from, I'll say, 5 to 8 hours a week. Depending on what may be there.
But-
8 being a very high number, obviously, but just a average.
So he's looking at about $20 an hour.
He's looking at 20 an hour?
in this one.
Come on, what you just said, per week, is that what you just said?
5 to 8 hours per week.
I went on 5 hours, but let's say if you,
Oh, I was going 7.5, that's why, okay.
so what'd you come up with?
Well, I was looking at something beyond minimum wage,
Well, I know,
it's like, the 5,200 seemed a little low, that's why I was asking.
So just to clarify, does anybody feel like this is a over ask?
Depends, treasurer can make or break the town.
and now it's a appointed position, it's got somebody running.
And we have to have somebody that's, and to be clear, he got the most write-in votes, and he did accept, thankfully for doing that, if you're listening out there, Bill. And we do have to appoint somebody, so we don't wanna bite our nose off to spite our face. So,
And he's been doing a good job.
Oh yeah, I have no problem with the numbers. These are similar numbers that I presented way back when.
I just, yeah, the only issue I have, and I've already stated it, is the deputy. That's a,
Yeah, I got a problem with the deputy, for sure. I'd like to know why wants such a big increase.
Yeah, that one I'm unaware of.
So I would recommend that we stay with the $600, since he's done all year without a deputy.
Which is a risk to the town.
Right, and we should have a deputy.
That's what I'm saying. So part of paying for somebody is an insurance policy. If they know what they're doing as a backup, and the primary person has an issue of any kind, that person's gonna be stepping in, or if Bill takes a vacation or something.
It's good.
They've gotta be ready to go.
It's good.
It's $600, I don't know too many people are gonna be wanting to stand by for $600 a year.
Well, if in the event that the treasurer was incapacitated, then they would be getting that money, in my opinion, but
And what?
they would be getting that money.
The deputy, yeah. Wow. Oh, we have Dave jump in.
Contracted
Way I look at
services.
this one in front of me is not hourly. Look at your stipend.
I agree, this
Break it down per hour.
is gonna change from salary to
So it's
stipend.
a reasonable stipend is what you're trying to give is a reasonable
Right.
stipend. Hourly is not a way to look at this.
No.
I would never look at this hourly. The amount of hours I put in, the amount of hours that your health officer puts in, or other people who have stipends. I mean, they do it to help the town. Understandable, you're gonna have to do this when you actually do. I agree with Chris that it's heavy on the deputy, because if the full treasurer was out any length of time, yeah, I agree with Chris, that you probably end up doing as the duties with the selectmen saying, he's out, you're in, get another assistant. This is now your pay. But you have to put a reasonable stipend out there in case you do have to go out, in case Bill don't want it, I agree
Okay.
with that.
I hear what you're saying, so I would recommend 2,000,
I can live with two.
Chris.
Okay,
What'd you do there?
$2
two,
grand.
Even,
so deduct the 8,050 by 600,
Oh, $2,000 for the deputy,
correct?
Correct.
and you're using not the line items in the above one, right?
Cross those out.
Zero amount, right?
$74.50.
$7,450.
What'd you get, Chuck?
7450. And change everything from salary to stipend.
7450?
7450.
Entire budget?
8050.
Wait, is it-
8050 minus $600.
78, you said,
No, he said 7,450.
7450 for the total budget? Oh, yeah, cause I'm looking at the other one, yeah, excuse me, I'm
You're
sorry.
doing it, Leo.
Yeah, from the 8050, from the 80.
From the 8050 subtract
The
6.
other number is
Yep.
skewing it.
Yep, no, I did, that was, I got a little.
It's a long night.
Yep.
I started crossing that stuff out early.
So did you make that motion?
Go for it.
No, I said, did you? I heard you make that motion?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I make a motion to accept the $1,000 proposal from the town forester.
All in favor?
Did I get a second?
That's second.
I think you may have jumped ahead and you may not be completely.
That's okay, we can, I'm on that, so, does anybody, do I get a second for my motion?
We haven't changed it in what? Well, here, it's $1,000 again, same as last
He
year.
won't take any more. We tried to get him to take a raise a few years ago.
So is that an aye on my motion? and
aye.
second?
Yeah.
Alright,
Yes.
before you go further, library was supposed to be scheduled before Forester.
Well, see, I apologize to them. I was hunting for the very first budget that we went on earlier, and my packet got all mixed up.
I didn't do it on purpose, I swear.
Yeah, town forester is easy.
I was gonna do that while they were. See? Welcome.
Do you want me to just amble up slowly?
No, we're done now.
Oh, gosh. Oh.
the kids' room.
Wow. Who's in there?
I don't know.
Oh, it's Alan.
That was funny. So at first I thought, oh my goodness, last, and then trying to anticipate all your questions, and I'm taking notes, and I have no idea now what I had, but anyway. So thank you. I provided with the budget, a couple of backup sheets as well. Pictures. Really because I wanted to give an overview of what's been happening, the last 4 years have been kind of crazy, what with COVID. I mean, that kind of shot the numbers to pieces, with the library closing after, from March until the rest of the year in 2020. In 2021, we were closed for construction for 4 months. In the end of 22 to 23, we were closed another 4 to 5 months for construction. So this year, we're open for 12 months. Well, I'm assuming it'll be 12 months. But I'm going with that.
But next year you'll be reduced a little bit, won't you?
No, because we're gonna be open. We're gonna be open throughout the
Not from a
construction.
salary standpoint, but I mean.
No, we'll be open. The library will
Well, I
be open.
understand that, but activities, you won't have the children's room or nothing like that?
Oh, no, we'll still have activities.
Okay.
You just stay tuned.
Alright.
No, it'll still be, well, and so that's why I wanted to give the statistics on what has been going on, though, over the past few years. And actually, Sarah we keep a lot of statistics. And so she just uploaded to my sheet. She just wrote down on my sheet. So for downloadables, what we did when we did these was just show the graphs with January to July, because we wanted to have the numbers consistent through the years. However, for downloadables, now, through the end of September, we're up to 1772. I mean, just showing the growth that keeps going up.
So explain download.
Oh, sorry, all right, sorry, Leo. So downloadables are through a library system called Libby. And through that, you can download ebooks, so you can read them on your computer, your phone, a reader, audiobooks, you can download music, you can download magazines. So downloadables really became popular during COVID, when people couldn't get in as much. And then they've continued to really escalate a lot. More to come on downloadables, I will tell you. But anyway, we'll get to that. Same with materials loaned. I didn't have an update on that.
Yeah, I'd have to add it.
Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. But that continues to go up. Patrons using the library, so this was an incredible update from what Sarah just did as we were sitting there. So through the end of September, end of July, we had 2159 in the door. Through the end of September, we had 2,788. So just in September alone, we had about 300 people in the door. So it's really
So you take,
growing.
how do you get this number?
I can show you the paper.
There's actually a
Literally
comment.
just hash.
It's very sophisticated.
We hash.
Cause I walk in all the time.
Oh, no, I mean, if you go back and forth.
Oh, yeah,
it's like
not
you're
every-
No,
walking.
but I'm saying, I don't see you.
Oh, yeah, no. Today I did it and Harriet's like, I already did that. I was like, how'd you do that? So yeah, we literally just hashtag each person.
Okay.
Yeah,
That comes through the door.
just as a way to keep track, so.
Told you, I just said, keep counting.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, but I don't have like a fancy little like ticker.
Yeah.
Like someplace.
A page counter.
Oh,
I don't hear the click.
Yeah, or through
No
the,
click.
through the little thing, the rotary thing, as you come through the door there.
I mean, just on Saturday, we had 5 new patrons.
Yeah.
Like 5
And now there's a
library
camera.
cards.
That's, yeah.
Oh, for outside.
You
Yes.
gotta get in the building somehow, you start outside, don't you?
That is right. But you
I
know
just
what, and I
waved the
put
webcam.
down, new patrons too, but as you just
We
said,
have 79 for the year.
79 for the year, so, a lot of move-ins, and kids, so. So I did wanna go over that, just the statistics, now,
Can I ask a question?
oh,
Please?
absolutely, yes, sorry.
What's the percentage of summer residents?
I have no idea.
No.
Yeah.
We do not differentiate taxpayers, like,
No, I understand
Yeah,
that, I have no problem with that, it just.
No.
You wondering
no,
if,
we don't differentiate.
I know that September is our slowest month.
Yeah.
Because I think
So they're
all the
late.
summer people leave and all the
Yeah.
kids go back to
Which is
school.
good,
Yeah.
Yeah, but we
But
don't
I don't-
differentiate, we don't know who they are.
Also, we
By
take their
anecdote.
number, don't take
Yeah, but we
address or
don't-
emails, or just.
Yeah, but
yeah, yeah.
we don't know if they're
But it's
year-round residents or summer residents
Yeah.
or snowbirds. we have snowbirds too, who've already left.
Yeah.
Deserting us, anyway. So the last page is the salaries and operating expenses on the graphics as well. So I wanted to go over that. So since I had a chance to sit here, I did figure out some additional numbers as well. So salaries, I went back over, so we have the graph here for 5 years. The salaries have been fairly steady over the past few years. I went back for 5 years. If we had increased it 3% a year, starting back in 2020, we would be up to $55,565 for salaries. And this year, we're asking for $56,000 for '26, because we haven't done salary increases each year. As a matter of fact, a couple of years ago, we actually had a decrease in salaries because our director only wanted to work half the amount of time, which worked out, but anyway. And I did the same thing with operating expenses. So if we had, operating expenses have pretty much been flatlined for the past 10 years. So I went back 10 years and took 325 times 3% a year, and that would bring us up to 19,251 if we had done 3% a year with that. And our ask this year is 19,775. So I just want to put that in perspective, because it seems like we're doing a big ask on our budget this year. However, we've been very flat for many, many years. So that's what I had for the graphics. Do you want to go over the budget sheet now? Because that has some detail that we've made some changes on. So is this a good time to go to the budget worksheet?
I'm still looking.
Okay, yep.
I'm trying to, what you just said compared to what I'm looking at.
Well, that would be the budget sheet that she's asking if you wanna look at it.
No, what you just explained on this.
Sorry.
So,
Materials loan
Yes.
for 2024. Just July at 3,000?
It is.
2024,
And
yes.
I didn't look at that. I would have to
Because
go
here's our
across my
stats.
entire stat thing and add all the numbers up, and I didn't do that
No,
while I was
that's
sitting
good.
here.
I just.
Because we have it broken down
But that
by
is only through
children's,
July.
nonfiction, fiction, so on and so forth, so, yeah.
Everything borrowed except for
So
that.
this could actually be one of the biggest years we've ever had.
It's
Yes,
on course for that. Yeah,
the year comparable
hit the salaries.
It's hitting the budget, sure. Yeah.
2019, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna strike through all
He's gonna have.
the numbers.
yeah,
I get
We're in-
it.
But that
We're in
was also the
course.
last time the library was here,
Oh, no.
you know, so that's why these numbers are hard to compare.
Yeah.
It's not apples and apples, really.
I mean, she really does do a good job.
Over the past year.
I've got no issue.
money back.
yes, we have.
Did you keep it total?
I'll be on the.
I did not put that on here, and I'm glad you said that, Steve. But,
We just wanna prove that we're fiscally responsible.
yes, we are.
Don said you have.
Only
That would be a good number.
Yeah.
We're Frisbee
It's not
International.
worth it.
So one of the things Steve
So
just
jump
brought
on
up,
it. Oh,
one of the things Steve just brought up is that we have given money back to the town in previous years too, when we've had excess. We didn't last year because we actually encumbered it to buy equipment, but we have done that in the previous years. I didn't write it down on here and I should have, but anyway.
Alright, drop in salaries.
Okay, so, well, actually on both. So one of the things we did, you know, so for the past few years, it's been very frustrating for the trustees and the staff to work through the budget sheet as it was set up 10, 15 years ago, because we don't use these categories, so we had to kind of stuff things in. So this year, we went through the initiative of coming up with what the categories should be. So instead of having a full line item for bank and service fees, we've now,
Hold on, let's just stick with the top ones right now, salaries.
okay,
Yeah. And then we'll go down the line.
Okay.
Okay, well, cause that's a separate, 56,426 is your total?
yes,
Okay, so let's
Yep.
discuss that,
okay.
and then we'll jump down.
Okay, so let me see, what can I tell you? So we have done, so right now, Sarah's making $23 an hour, which is way under market. I have the full spreadsheet of all the libraries in the state of New Hampshire, for what they're doing. So what I did was take 3 of the local libraries, just as comparison,
Freedom.
so that you'd understand. Freedom, Madison, and Tamworth.
Okay,
So Freedom has 3 people. We have a person and
9 hours.
and 9 hours.
I would-
Person
I went
and
at 9
a
hours.
person and a
I'd like to
third.
have Freedom's tax bill,
But they pay, so he's making 26.25 an hour.
okay,
Madison has 3 people, but their director is making 31 an hour. Their total, so Freedom's total salary budget is 68,000. Madison's is 64.6. And then Tamworth, their director is making 26.43 plus full benefits. And a lot of libraries are going towards benefits. And she has 4 staff. So their total salary budget is 105,835. Each of these have about the same population as ours, slightly more. I think they're around
I think, yeah,
24.
Tamworth's a little bit bigger.
Yeah, but I went with the population and the proximity to us too. Colbrook, on the other hand, we ran Colbrook today. Colbrook, their total salary budget's 105,000, but anyway, just in case you're wondering, population size is about the same. So the key thing is, though, we really do, I mean, I hate to talk in front of you, but it's all open anyway, it's all transparent. We really want to keep Sarah. So we do want to do a bump up next year to $25 an hour for her. So that's where the increase in the salary is. Ideally, I'd love to do higher than that, but we have gone up that amount for next year. Any questions on that? Any?
How many hours a week?
35.
Okay. You good?
Yep. Sorry, I'm just listening to the helicopter, still doing grid searches, the line.
I know,
Salary assistant.
trying not to. That's for the assistant librarian, and we did put in for a 3% raise on that one. I won't say raise, I'll say increase.
Was she making an hour? Same, no.
17.
17.
Yes,
For 2025.
yep.
Okay.
And she's 9 hours.
That's currently 17, Dave,
Right.
is what the assistant's making. They're proposing a 3%.
And, how many hours approximately she uses a week?
About 9 hours,
Yeah.
6 to 9, but generally 9. Is it?
9 too.
I don't think I've ever seen her in there.
What's that?
I don't think I've ever seen her in.
Yeah,
I missed her.
again, it's only
She
9
hides in the
hours.
back, yes, at her desk, working.
She's on Saturdays and then Thursdays. Yeah,
Okay, operating expense, down, go for it.
so operating expenses, yes, this is where, so what I did, where I changed some of we changed, the Board of Trustees and Sarah changed some of we came up with different category names and categories that were more applicable to what actually took place. So I did footnotes so that you could see what we did with them. So contract services, we left the same. The reason contract services was high in 2023 is because the library volunteered to pay some of the legal fees, or pay the legal fees that we had in 2023, which is normally covered by the town, but we had sufficient budget to cover that, so we did that last year, but generally we have $250. $250 is for something like rug cleaning or something, I don't know, I'm trying to think what else.
Changing locks,
Oh, yeah,
you said,
changing
like-
locks, we're not changing them, well, just don't go. That was due to
Changing
turnover,
laws.
yes, on the library.
When there's
Yeah.
been turnover, they change the locks each time.
We just rekey it, yep. And that's about 250 when they come out. Now, the key one here, and Sarah, you can talk to this one probably more, is association dues. Association dues, this past year, we had budgeted $1,500. This includes COA and Libby. So I spoke about Libby, that's the downloadable books. And then there's COA, which is our circulation system. Libby
So there's been a big, so
National.
because, yeah, it is national, Grace knows more about the national end of things, I see it in the listserv, for New Hampshire, but, because those downloadables are such a popular item right now, the state is like underwater and upside down with it, as far as their budget goes, because they have to buy each license for each book, whether audio or, you know, the ebooks. And so there was a big, vote out, as to how we were gonna fix it and make it so it can continue. Because in my opinion, in my opinion, that's like the meat and potatoes of, like, we have to have the books that we have in stock, so to speak, and we have to provide that service for people. Quite honestly, eventually our DVDs and our audiobooks that we have in the library are all gonna disappear, because like Effingham's like the only place that still has CD players and DVD players. Like most places don't have those anymore, and so we still use some of them, but Libby is a really important part of our system, I guess is all I'm trying to say. And so that price, we've paid $4.75 for as long as I could see back. And that was because that was the minimum. We're the smallest, you know, one of the smaller libraries in the state, obviously. But that just went up to $700 and
Almost
like
$800,
$80,
yeah.
I think, for this coming year. So the 2025 amount that we have to pay for that due, so to speak, is like doubled.
Yeah.
And that's statewide, all the libraries are getting the same percentage, but for a small library, that's a hit.
So what other percentage increase also?
And then COA is our circulation system, and again, we have no control over that.
We don't know what that's coming in yet as, but
But
we're
it's-
done the like original contract with them for when we move to that system.
Right.
So we're expecting that is gonna go up, because that's what always happens, right? After you
Yes.
finish your 3-year like contract, guess what? We've got you. So we don't know what that's gonna go up to yet, but.
Yep. And then other association dues would be the things like the American Library Association, the New Hampshire Library Trustee Association, from which, all of those, we have been able to receive grants, so it's been worth paying those dues across. So anyway, that's that budget item. We did remove, or we did fold in the former service and bank fees, and now we're including those expenses in the office supplies ones, which is, or office expenses, which is a couple of lines down. I said supplies, I meant expenses. And that one, hopefully we have nothing on bank fees, but we have had them in the past, and because we have them so infrequently, knock on wood, it's easy, we don't need that line item. Books and publications, that,
Do you wanna keep Buck in there to keep that line open?
no, we don't, we wanna roll it into the office expenses. Thank you, though, but
Move on.
that's, yeah, the books and publications, so this one is higher, but it's higher for two reasons. First of all, the costs of books have gone up astronomically since COVID. I mean, it's ridiculous, the cost. Our book budget is actually lower than it was 10 years ago, but we are going up to 8,000, and one of the reasons is we are, the book covering materials, I look at Sue for that. Sue is our wonderful volunteer who covers a lot of the books. But those materials have gone up a lot. And I will say one reason why they've gone up a lot is because Sarah's been very economical in purchasing books for the library. Not only in getting the books that, you know, people want to have, but also you've been getting used books, and you've been getting the sturdy paperback books, and we get a heavy book covering system, so it makes the books almost like a hardcover book. So you can buy a book for, I'm making it up because I don't know what it is, but I'll say $5 instead of paying $29, and the consumer, our patrons, get a sturdy book that they can use, not a flimsy paperback. So book covering supplies, again, have gone up, but they've also gone up because we are using more of them for the types of books that we're buying. So that one is there. Office expenses, which now includes, bank fees and postage, we kind of wrapped it all together. We took out the word equipment, it's not equipment, it's overall expenses. And that one we put at $500. Furnishings is a new category, it was previously rolled into the office equipment, but we wanted to have a line item for that, and furnishings would be such things as, rugs, which, you know, we do, you know, like the mud rugs when you come in the door, that type of thing. Could be furniture too, but it's not.
$400.
$100, yeah, well, you know, no. Roadside,
Yeah.
something or other. Anyway, postage, we wanna take that one out, exactly. Workshops and seminars, we wanted to rename to staff and board development. And the reason for this is because a lot of stuff is available online, but there is still a cost for some of those things as well. And this is not only for the staff, but also for the Board of Trustees. So we have an annual conference that we go to. Really, I think more than anything, that's one of the great things for the board to stay up on what's going on, but also for the treasurer, for example, to stay up on what's going on with state law and with accounting practices and the other officers. So anyway, that's $325 is what we have there. Phone and internet, we moved in under the technology, and then the technology line, which is now number 9, or which has footnote number 9, now includes the phone and internet, because those are the same now. Phone, internet, hardware, software, tech support, and website. So all of the technology we have lumped together there.
That increased $250.
That increased, well, let's see, that increased, you know, if I look at the telephone.
$250, right? No.
Yep, yeah, 3, 4, yeah, it did, roughly, that's, so, thank you.
How does that?
Because, we took the telephone and
They
internet
combined-
and
They
technology,
combined the two together.
And combined them.
This number comes up.
yep,
So it was 4250 and the increase
Yeah.
is 250. It's my engineering mind, sorry.
got that one. Program expenses we have here, so this one looks like a large jump to $2,000 from $750. I will say that we have spent on a regular basis more than $750. If you'll see in 2023, the actuals were $2,866. A lot of this in this past year, we've been able to cover with grants. We did get a senior programming grant, but there are no grants forthcoming anymore now that ARPA is gone. All of that money is disappearing. The grants that we do have pending are for the building, which is great, but programming expenses, the last one, we're finishing up the senior programming one that we did get. So that's why there's a bump there on that. And so.
And we just have so many more patrons
Oh.
too, like
Yeah,
the programming is supporting higher numbers of people through the door. So,
and with that too, we do have a number of homeschooling families. I'm gonna just bring that up, because we do have homeschooling families who do utilize the library. And we were trying to count that up between us a few minutes ago. It's about a dozen kids who are in there regularly, so as opposed to being on our tax rolls for the school, we have some very active
They're still
homeschooling.
on tax rolls for the school. They're still
Pardon me?
counted. They're still counted.
The homeschooling kids are,
Yeah,
not if they don't attend the school.
The children, right? So I think that
We
they,
don't
No.
count the Governor Wentworth Regional
No.
ADM,
okay.
not for the state ADM, Chris.
Oh, okay.
No,
We want more whole school.
Yeah,
yes, we're encouraging good homeschooling, I will say. And we have some really good homeschooling families that are really doing a commendable job with their kids. So it's always good to see them.
So bottom line, you're looking at a 15% increase in the budget.
Yep. Which sounds like a lot, but we've been very, very frugal over the past few years, so asking for your support on that.
Remember what Dave said, don't look at it as a percentage increase, look at it from a stipend standpoint.
Okay, I need to rework this. Thank you, Chris.
Remove the salaries and put stipend in.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, that'll do it. So, I don't know, the only other thing I'm going to say which affects this budget, but you don't see it, is that we have a tremendous amount of volunteers at the library who are incredible with volunteering their time, and Sue is one of them here, I just will say that, and same with you, thank you so much, Carol.
807 hours so far this year.
807. So that's doing the things like covering the books and helping to.
And that's for those that
various things.
report.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Those of us that forget.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
I mean, that's how I do it with only a 9-hour helper. Cause that's not, I think I have lots more help than 9 hours, but they do it for free.
Squeeze away all of your,
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna get late. Dave, you have any questions?
Just one for Grace, these categories have been previous years, quite a few, exactly what you put in to the, town report, so they've been the same thing. If you're gonna change them to these, I have no problem, but this is what you want, right? You wanna change what so when you're gonna be putting in the town report, you're gonna be putting in these categories?
These categories.
Okay, so I just need to adjust the budget sheets to show these, so Michelle can put them in the budget tax, so that way.
Yeah, that would be great. We spent quite a bit of time on that, Dave. I mean, really, a good part of the year to make sure, yeah. And we wanted it to be accurate, because some of it was just a mush because it didn't fit. So we kind of squeezed it someplace else.
May end up with something a budget committee member may want added in, and I don't think so.
I mean, yeah,
Thanks,
I'm open
Dave.
to that.
Caitlin?
I just wanna add to Dave's point on the budget to actual, we actually do not break down their operating expenses.
Not in the
No, we do it
library.
on the budget sheet.
Okay, I heard you say B to
Oh, yeah,
it, the
you
budget to
used to do it on
actual,
the budget.
and that's why I'm like, we don't do that.
No, we do that. Yeah,
Yeah, cause you get a lump sum for your expenses.
right,
at the end of the year.
yep,
Well, we do salary and operating budget,
right.
Right, well, just salary,
salary and operating budget on there, right?
right, yes.
So, any other questions?
I'm prepared to make a motion, so.
Chuck,
I'm good.
go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve and support the library's budget as proposed at $76,201.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
Good work, ladies.
Thank you. No, that's,
And it's good timing, because I got a nifty little flyer in the mail yesterday.
yes, oh, what did you think of that, huh?
Well, my definition, and I'm sorry, you said earlier, I'm sorry to talk in front of you, you're sitting right next to me. So my understanding of the definition of vivacious, I guess, was an old school thing.
I did not write that about myself. That's my 9-hour.
I think it's a good description. It is, I will tell you, it is a
It wasn't
joy.
supposed to be, so, it didn't occur to me that all flyers, because, well, it just didn't occur to me. I kept saying, I don't want my picture to be the first thing on there, like, I want the library logo and the hours. But when we did the folder, we didn't think about, like, do you open it this way, cause that's how you open a book? And so my picture being on the outside, the first thing that you see was not my intention. When it came, I was like, it's a little embarrassing.
Reading in the spring. There you go.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the volunteers.
Yes. Very much so.
Very easy.
What is other conservation?
Thank you,
PLA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Robert's like,
How are you, sir? It's good.
It was leveled at 3,000.
I make a motion to approve and support the other conservation 4619.1 of $3,000.
Second,
All in favor?
aye,
Aye.
To make it easy on auditors, this is the quote I was received by Tim Green, the $11,750.
Keep rolling,
Thursday.
keep rolling.
I make a motion to approve and support the amount of $11,750 under 4150 financial administration auditing.
second,
All in favor?
Aye.
This is a quote, how much we can do.
Ooh, Leo,
What?
I need you to sign and,
Oh, we're not done yet anyway.
little budget you
On the
are.
budget sheets.
Yeah, sign what?
The budget sheets.
all the budget sheets.
Are you, well, let me ask this, are you okay with me just putting your initials and the date on the bottom where we're taped? I mean, I'm okay with it.
I also did this where I wrote who first and who seconded.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm good with it.
Do
You
that.
good with that?
Yeah.
Whoever it takes, we're fine with that, so you go,
Yep.
I'm okay. It's a
No
little
problem.
different than what-
I got my copies.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be number two, but you're gonna be seeing it coming.
Yeah. Comment, yeah, we got discussion of road bond, public safety building.
Can we,
You wanna hold off on
yeah,
that?
do we wanna bump that?
You wanna table it to the 15th?
Yeah, you guys okay with that?
I do got,
How many budget sheets do we have proposed for that?
Yeah, I just,
So, October 15th, I think is the same amount as today, but October 29th, we do not have anything for budget. It's about
you
12,
can
right?
explain to Michelle why
It is
it's
12.
cash or check.
15, you don't, 11, 12, you know.
I gotta make copies.
Just make copies.
October
So,
29th.
alright, so we'll just,
Make a copy of that.
we'll do it real quick, cause we got a hefty workload for us next meeting too. So I asked for this to be added on, just so we can discuss, so there are associated costs with, moving forward with the bond idea. And that is the legal, we have to have, when you bond, you have to have bond counsel. It's estimated that that's gonna be between $4,000 would be, is Steve's estimated. If it was, if he runs into any kind of issues, he said, this is pretty straightforward, he doesn't see that, but worst case scenario, it could go up as high as 6. Are we okay with, I just wanted, to have this discussion to see if, you guys support that added expense
Well, I knew that was.
for moving forward with the bond.
So, are these,
It usually comes out of the bond amount, does it not?
No,
Oh, okay, I thought it came out of the bond.
so this is all the roads? You're gonna look at which one?
those particular roads right there, with the exception of the ones listed on the bottom, fall into the bond, the 8 roads that would go underneath the bond, yeah.
Okay, how much is your bond? You're looking for a bond, how much?
2.5 million.
And that will cover just the roads or plus what else?
And granted, this is estimation, so,
This is just the roads?
yep, that's just the roads.
So,
And that's 2 separate warrant articles, so for the, I'm gonna call it public safety building, that's $1 million. So the total bond would be $3.5 million, 2 separate warrant articles.
I understand that,
So they're not gonna be one more for 3.5?
No, it has to be, they can't be, it has to be 2 separate warrant articles.
so that,
You're voting on a total thing, but let's just say one passed and one failed, that doesn't mean, or one of them fails, that doesn't mean they both fail. You're just,
yeah,
so we have to have that figure for the bond bank, of which, it's not just $3.5 million, it's how much of that 3.5 is for roads, and how much is of it for your building infrastructure.
And what are the terms so far? With the latest, rate I know was around 2.5, 3. What was the
Yeah.
term?
2 point, how many years?
Yeah.
That all depends on us too. It all depends on how much we want to pay. So the last one that was at 2.9 was, sorry, if we did 15 years, it was $291,000. If we did 10 years, it's $401,000. Those numbers are right from the bond council. and that's the wrong folder. Right?
So this 4 to 6,000 initial fee for, apply for the bond, this is gonna cover the 2.5 million and the 1 million.
Yes, that's for the entire bond, yes.
So it's for 3.5 million. Total.
So this is the payment calculator rate from the bond bank's website. I misspoke, I said 291, it's 200, so if we, currently it's estimated, so, and the interest rate is actually lower now, cause at this time it was 3.1, so this was a month ago. 292,068 if we did a 15-year loan, 401,688 if we did a 10-year loan, and that was on a 2.8% interest rate. Obviously, when you go down on your loan, the interest rate drops, but the last time I went to, I'm gonna say I am not a banking genius. I did have a banking genius with me that helps me do these numbers, and he's the town administrator in Ospey, so he's the one that, we go on the bond bank's website. So at that time, that's how much it was, so. And that sheet that I just tallied up, that's the thing I did on the whiteboard that night we were here. So if you look, that sheet goes out almost to 2040.
Yes.
So, like you take 2037, 2038, or even in a couple of years, all of those calculations are based on today's prices. So if asphalt does in the next 5 years what it's done over the last 5 years, it's gone from $87 a ton applied to $138.58 a ton applied.
Agreed, so this is all, if we would stay on course what we're doing today.
Trying to spend right around $250,000 to
Stay on course what
$300,000.
we're doing today.
Yeah,
So
which is why I said, with current practice.
So with a 2.5 million, got it, 2.5 million, then all this work will get done within a year or two.
Within 2 years, we have 2 years to spend, we have 3 years to spend the money,
Okay.
right? Isn't that the last thing we heard? Cause I initially thought it was 3. No, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Is it 3?
yeah, it's 3, and the first bond payment wouldn't be due until 2026.
Yeah, it's 2026, and I thought.
And our first,
Thought it was more than 3 though.
3 to, maybe it's 5
I was thinking 5.
to spend it. And the first bond payment would be in August of 2025 if it was approved at town meeting.
Okay. How many roads?
8 roads.
Total mileage, total miles?
Oh God, I don't know, I don't have that off the top of my head.
How many miles a road do we have in town?
44 plus or minus,
And how many of it's dirt?
21,
I was gonna say about half, yeah.
it's almost half.
So we got 23 tar, or blacktop or whatever.
Yeah, and if you look at the very bottom of that, just figure whatever. So the reason why I did that is, at one point in time, Dave and I were having a conversation, and they're absolutely valid points, is while you're making that bond payment, what happens with the other roads if they fail, and when are they gonna get repaired? So that's why I've kind of done it this way. If you go with our current practice, it's gonna be 10 to 15 years before we address those roads on the bottom page anyway, if we go with today's practice. So if we have a 10 to 15-year bond payment, it's still the same, but all of those roads right there will be done on next year's pricing as opposed to, and so realistically, if you almost double some of those costs, which is what things have been doing over the years, 8 years from now, that number of 2038 before we start addressing like Old Pound Road, that's gonna be closer to like 2044, 2045. If cost increases stay on track. Again, these are all estimations and assumptions, but it's.
So with this, if we're doing either 10 or 15 year and we gotta start doing stuff to Green Mountain, to keep it in shape. There's nothing in here for that. Now, we have to budget additional for that, right?
That is a separate budget, so my thought process is that, is the $250,000 that we set aside for a road every year anyway, is our bond payment. So then our maintenance budget is still there, so that's crack sealing, the road contractor and things like that. So, you know, like cold patch, you know, we've spent somewhere in the vicinity of $10,000 this year, we'll have on cold patch. So that can be bumped to crack sealing. Right now, as it stands right now, we still haven't crack sealed. Hopefully, we're gonna have an answer on Friday to why we don't have that yet. I do know why, part of it, and that is some of these companies like Nikon, they're not touching small towns anymore, because they were losing their shirt the way they were charging, so they just weren't interested. And, I was trying to pony with, like, as you know, we still have to address the warranty work, and it's going to be on Elm Street. Well, Jeff Perry and GMI is having the same frustrations we are, is they thought Nikon was gonna go do that, so I asked Nikon, and that's why I marked out all those white spots, because they were gonna come out and give us a cost estimate based on those cracks that needed to be addressed, and then they bailed on us. When I say us, they bailed on GMI, they bailed on us too. So then it's a matter of trying to find a company that's gonna do it, and we haven't had the luck in doing it. And it's unfortunate that it's gonna be on record, I'm not gonna state the name, but we've had a past vendor. And one of the things that we've had determined is a past vendor when crack sealing, it wasn't done appropriately, the cracks weren't blown out, so there was no impeding of the crack seal down into the crack, so it was basically pointless. And there were areas where I walked up to a crack, and just like you were peeling tape off on the floor, I grabbed the whole of it, we're starting to roll up, and you could peel up, sometimes it was only 18 inches, and sometimes it was feet, and there was no crack under it. They just had the wand, it was just kind of, no, because we were paying by the pallet. It's like you peel that up, so, I mean, and I think I said this before, you know, I got phone calls, I don't know if you guys did, that said, hey, what's going on with your plow contractor? He's losing a tire off the front of the truck because it was rubber up and down Townhouse Road. Well, it was the crack seal coming up, because it wasn't actually down in the crack, it was just laying on top of the pavement.
It wasn't frozen either, so.
And to address that, you said like Green Mountain Road, the most recent road project before that side of the mountain was Townhouse Road, which was done in 2011, right? Finished in 2011, so
Yes.
we're looking at 13, 14 years old almost. So that's why it got added to that list, is the top coat, trim coat. And like the paving prices and stuff, I do have quotes from an asphalt company, obviously GMI, for the paving of all these projects. And the dirt, our estimations, based on $100,000 a mile, which is what we were paying Ron. Now, some of those roads are, and that's why I said it's a major reconstruction, or it's just add gravel. And you say, well, this math doesn't add up, because this 3/4 mile road and this 3/4 mile road, Chris's math must be way out of whack. If you look at some of the roads, like School Street's 24 feet wide. Ironworks Road's 24 feet wide. All of our other roads are 22. So when it comes to addressing this road, if we want to go to 22 and only maintain 22, that means we're gonna have to pull it up. Well, it's an old state highway, so underneath this is asphalt, is concrete. So how deep do we wanna go? We don't, so that price is a little bit wider, and they call that cold plane. That's where they come in. Whenever you're driving on a road and you see the signs that say, motorcycles use caution, and the road's like ribbed, that's cold planing. And that just gives your new base coat, something to attach to. So that's what they are proposing to do on this. Ironworks Road, again, 24 feet, that's a shim and overlay. They wouldn't do, the cold planing.
Caitlin? Go ahead.
They wouldn't do it, shim and overlay, a cold plane Because there's culverts on that road that need to be replaced. Anybody's going on Ironworks Road, there's 3 giant dips.
Make me a copy.
And it also will include Stillings Lane, they just, like Stillings Lane is basically just a driveway. And then there's some other roads, like currently Pine River Road, there are sections that's 24 feet wide. That would go to 22. So that would actually save, so if you look at some of the quote prices, they're grinding 24 foot wide, but when they're putting it back down, it's only going back at 22. Cause that is DOT standard right now, is an 11-foot travel lane. And then Pine River Road is a major reconstruction, Jones Road, Drake Road is a major reconstruction, Jones Road is just a few areas. And like 1 year, you can see there's overlap, there's one section of, the Jones Drake Road project, and, the top coat of Champion Hill Road, would be 2033, because the top coat is right around 100 grand, a little over 100 grand, so to still fall underneath that, 250 to 300 range. The first year, that's a high number, but that's one of our longest roads, it's 2.1 miles, and we did get a.
Which road is that?
Pine River Road, that's the first one. You see, like the first year, that's well above the 250 mark.
Yeah.
But to break that down and to make it closer to 250, realistically, what could we do? It's do it in thirds, and if we do it in thirds, then we're bumping that out even more. We're going to 5 phases as opposed to 3. That's just something you chew over and something to look at, and again, they're all approximate numbers, and.
Yeah.
So, you wanna.
Well, we still have to, we'd have to,
I don't know,
so I wanna talk about how we're gonna position this, the multiple warrants we're gonna have to do to make sure it plays.
Yeah, but not tonight.
No, that's what I mean.
Yep.
But, and how it will play out, if then kind of thing.
So Steve will, when we meet with bond council. So I don't know if did everybody get a copy of this? The, Steve's, Winkley's,
I don't think so.
I don't remember seeing it.
would you mind, I'm sorry, just pop in 3 copies for me real quick.
Gotta move that.
If we turn that on right there, we could probably use that one. I just, 3 copies, one for these 2 gentlemen, Dave.
I most certainly can.
But that gives a timeline, and he, that talks about when things have to happen, and how they have to happen, and just bond counsel would be through Drummond, our legal firm, they have a bond counselor. It's the same one the town of Ospey uses, so. Hey, Dave's got there you go. Dave, was that, what's the date on that one?
January 5th.
Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta get you the new updated one, because Pine River Road, that price dropped down, unless you just wanna pen it in. Because, remember I said, I didn't realize Jeff measured all the way out to Route 16, but he did. So that actually drops to, 31,360 square yards.
31,000.
360 square yards. Under reclaim, that would go to 48,608. And under the asphalt, it would drop to 412, 425. Which gives you a new total when you're ready. 472,733. Can you do me a favor, can you hand that to Chuck? He can have that copy.
Alright, I'll look this over before Friday.
So you don't wanna do a vote for approving the 4,000 to 6,000 going forward.
I wanna look at this first, I'll do it Friday.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, Friday. I'll have done all my homework today.
I just want you to know.
Quit doing that. Stuck.
It's to be polite. I won't be able to be in attendance Friday. I have appointments that I received those from last Friday, so. Not thinking it was the sidewalk.
So we just have to, work session, well,
So I'll list both sidewalks
right,
for
and then
work
after that, we
sessions.
can meet here.
And then if you wanna meet here, say, I don't know what time you guys would think, cause it'd take about an hour to walk.
I don't know, it all depends on how fast they walk. I can't imagine that any vendor is gonna wanna walk 2 miles, but
No, I don't think so.
maybe they will.
You want me to set a work session for like 11:30 here or noon?
Can we do the work session before?
You can do that too. Do 9?
Yeah,
Okay, with
and
it?
you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Is that also going to include anything to do with Autotronics as well? I know JT's.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, he may not wanna be there for that conversation.
With who again?
Autotronics.
JT.
Oh, yep. That might be. One last thing. Jersey barriers at the salt shed, put a gate up type deal.
For what?
The salt shed on Route 25,
Oh, yeah.
it's wide open.
Feeling wide open all the time.
I thought about, right where you pull in, and you got the driveway sand that's
Yeah.
delineated, coming off the corner of
Put a
that,
gate in there till we can lock.
and do Jersey barriers and then put a gate up, cause
Don't
right
we-
now,
Totally,
Yeah,
totally.
don't we have Jersey barriers at the transfer station?
No, if we are, they're Ron's. They're not ours.
We have Jersey barriers at the transfer station.
No, well,
He probably doesn't, it's like his backhoe, he doesn't.
oh, he knows it's there, he knows that backhoe's there, we talked about it, but yeah, we're not gonna,
no, we'll buy them straight up and do it and put a gate in and, yeah, cause I agree, we're losing stuff.
I mean, last year, I got called by Tyler and he's like, hey, did you? It was a landscape company,
Yeah, yeah.
and they had the key to the skid steer and were going in and filling the trucks and.
Yep.
Okay. So, you want, how do you wanna organize that, with the?
Go ahead.
The town agent?
Well, I just wanted to tell you that February 12th is gonna be the public hearing for budget committee on the schedule. You got 11th on here, Chris.
That's Steve's schedule, so I have to bring that up to him.
Okay, or whatever, I just, so you knew that, that's all.
Is that, what is the 11th, let me take mine
Put
out.
down the budget hearing, the 11th.
Oh, he has down the budget here in the 11th?
Yeah, we got it in our joint schedule as well. On the snow day of the 13th.
Okay, and he's got the snow date of the 14th,
Yeah.
okay. 12th. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You want, Kevin to, I got 25 here. If you wanna look at it, you don't even, yeah.
No, I'm good.
Kevin, do the barriers, look into it, have Kevin do it? Road agent?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, he can look into it, but he can't put those in his Jeep or the top.
No, but he
I mean,
can
he's gonna,
coordinate it.
he would have to, yeah, I mean, he'd coordinate it with the contractor. I also
No.
didn't know what you guys thought
Does it
about.
need to be Evans, or does it, can be Elliott? Since,
Well, I actually didn't know what you guys thought about, because I thought of this after we talked about it the other day, I'm like, wonder what Mike would charge us,
Mike,
Bukowski.
I'm for that, I have no problem with that.
Can he lift it with that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can lift it with my tractor. Okay, you should see the stone that we pulled out.
The Jersey barrier? A full-size Jersey barrier? Yeah.
I'll give you a demonstration.
I will send you my notes on questions asked,
Yes, please.
on the assessing
Yeah, and if anything may have already been asked and answered, I will respond.
My questions are different than the questions I saw.
Yeah, and one of the questions I have is more to this office. So the discrepancy in what is it KRT or KPR?
KRT.
KRT said that they have listed it's a discrepancy of almost hundred and thirty parcels of property.
I got the number today.
Yeah, I got it, already,
1750 is the number of parcels that have been here.
Then where was Avatar coming up with 1,882?
No idea. This actually came from Avatar, was 1750.
what is it, Dick?
rectal extraction. They also reduced us down to 10%, Chris, without us really knowing it. Cut their workload in half.
This company will be doing 25%.
Which is state regulated? Why is it 25%?
So they're doing 4 years, so their
Right.
big revaluation's 2025.
Right.
That's
Minus
the
that
big
out.
chunk.
Right.
So 2020, what year are we gonna be in? 2026 to 2029.
Mm-hmm.
You got 26, 27, 28, 29, 4 years, they're gonna do 25% of the town in those 4 years. I think state regulated it's actually 20%. And they're doing 25, am I correct, is it state regulated 20?
That was in that contract.
It's 25%.
And I mean, that's the way it's typically always been, is they did 25%. My understanding is 25% of the town, and then on year 5, you do the town-wide.
It's 4
'Cause
years.
it's a 5-year cycle.
Right.
Correct, so after 2025 is our next one, and then it'll be 2030.
Right.
So,
Alright. It's late,
I don't like you pointing that road.
sorry. That's actually extremely rude, so. And I actually owe Michelle an apology because my wife pointed out to me a long time ago, and she's absolutely right, when I hung up, I have a habit, it's an old school thing. And I didn't mean to, but I said, thank you, dear, and I'm not supposed to do that, so I apologize on film.
See, Susan got on your nerves too. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
She didn't get on my nerves, it just